Never meant what it means now. Sorry. It's just. If they need ideas, right? That's right. Business.
I hope. I hope not. Hey, I'm just waiting for.
Maybe, yeah, but it's, yeah. And your son. Is there someone? Yeah. Like any.
John? No, I haven't seen him. All right, it's 1 o'clock. Is any sign of Natalie on the Zoom meeting? I know she said was a bit late, but I'm logging in.
She's not there yet.
Not there. Okay, I'll keep. I thought I was logging in launch meeting. Okay. All right, I'll call the meeting to order for Tuesday, July 4th, 2023. Attendance at the start of the meeting is everyone except Councillor Jolly, and they're all here in person. We do have, I need a motion to adopt the agenda before I go any further. Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
I keep beating my council older, but savvy. Sooner or later, he'll figure out how to do this. That the July 4th, 2023 agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you for that. Call for the vote. Voting is closed. Passes unanimously. The next thing on our agenda is presentations, delegations, and announcements. I have 3 registered speakers, Todd and Ian. You're not speaking at the beginning, you'll speak at the time of the agenda. That's what I figured. Okay. But we have Mr. Brandon, is it Bacchus? Bacchus. Thank you for joining us, Brandon. Come to the mic now if you want. And I'm sure you've been told there's 5 minutes to speak, but I'll get you to introduce yourself.
Certainly. So my name's Brandon Bacchus. I live in Aikenstale. I work for Sturgeon County, so I'm a bit familiar with council today. I appreciate your time. Perfect. Madam Mayor, esteemed members of council, city administration, public members in the gallery and viewing online, thank you for granting me the opportunity to address this gathering today. I would open with a thank you for the work done in our city so far. As I stand before you, I am reminded of my younger self growing up in a world where unity and acceptance were the cornerstones of society. Back then, I often wondered what I would do if I found myself living in a society where hate and bigotry prevailed, where people were attacked based on their political beliefs, where conspiracy theories fueled division, where books were banned, propaganda is left in children's playgrounds, and where our transgender and broader LGBTQ+ community faced relentless discrimination. I wondered as I sat there at a teen and social studies class, how could the people of fascist countries sit by quietly and support its beliefs? Why did no one speak up? Today, I am here not to remain silent, but to voice my concerns about the alarming rise of these destructive ideologies. My younger self, who believed in the power of love, empathy, understanding, and more, would be deeply saddened to witness the current situation in our own region and city. It is no longer a hypothetical scenario, but a reality that demands our immediate attention. In the past few years, we have witnessed a concerning surge in hatred and prejudice, tearing at the very fabric of our society. Instead of engaging in respectful dialogue, we have seen people resorting to hostility and spreading baseless and disproving conspiracy theories that further divide us. Our political landscape has become a battleground where differences of opinion are met with animosity rather than open-mindedness. Furthermore, the banning of books and attempts to suppress knowledge not only impede intellectual growth, but also limit our capacity for compassion and understanding. A society that stifles the freedom to express diverse perspectives risks eroding the principles of democracy and enlightenment that we hold dear. The same people saying drag queens indoctrinate children are the ones dropping propaganda in playgrounds. Most distressing is the ongoing mistreatment and discrimination faced by our transgender and LGBTQ+ community. Every individual, regardless of their gender identity or sexual orientation, deserves to be treated with dignity, respect, and equality. It is disheartening to witness the rise of prejudice against these communities, as it contradicts the values of acceptance and inclusivity that define us as a modern society. Therefore, I implore this honorable council, as representatives of the people, to take even further action against hate and bigotry, to increase funding and support to initiatives and groups that can help combat this, to create a multi-region committee to tackle this together, to inspire the citizens to stamp out this festering hatred that grows in our area, to be the first to denounce and speak out against this poisonous wave as soon as we see it instead of waiting for others. Let us come together to promote education, tolerance, and dialogue. We must encourage conversations that foster empathy and understanding among our fellow citizens. Let us remember that it is through unity, compassion, and respect that we can overcome the challenges we face. We owe it to our younger selves who dreamt of a world where love triumphs over hate to take a stand against the rising tide of bigotry. Together, let us build a community that cherishes diversity, embraces empathy, and upholds the values that truly make us great. We must not be blind any longer to the dark reality we are heading towards. I can see a Nazi flag flown on a property less than an hour drive away. Historically, these things do not happen overnight. Society moves towards it over the course of years and is often not realized until it is too late. In the past, liberal democracies have failed to prevent a rise in the same type of rhetoric and slogans we are hearing now. I only hope that this liberal democracy does not make the same grave errors. My great-grandfather, a tank gunner from Alex, Alberta, did not die after storming the beaches of D-Day, thinking that this plague would persist. Thank you for your time and for considering the importance of addressing this pressing issue. May we forge a path forward guided by compassion, understanding, and justice. And I will end with a famous poem post-World War II from Pastor Martin Niemöller called First They Came For Her, as I'm sure many have heard. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. That is all. Thank you.
Good way to end. That's fantastic. Brenda, I got to tell you, I get a list of registered speakers before the meeting, so I kind of have an idea what topics are going to be discussed. And there was a little bit of, what's coming? Because it was just LGBTQ issues. I'm sure you heard what happened in Leduc. And so this council so far has been quite lucky that we haven't had that kind of crowd mob in our chambers on that. And I have no idea how the mayor of Leduc got through it, and I don't know how I would have responded in the same situation. So since then, I've been doing a fair amount of media on the subject, especially after it happened, the pamphlets happened at the school grounds. And what I've been saying is that it's a vocal minority, and the silent majority needs to start speaking out, and they need to stop being silent. And what you did today was not being silent. So I really appreciate you coming here today.
Thank you.
I don't know if anyone else has any questions of Brandon or any comments, but I wouldn't mind a copy of your speech too, for sure. And I would encourage you even to send it into the Gazette because it was very well written.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you so much. We're good? All right, no questions. Thank you.
all.
All right, council. Moving on, is there any business arising from Brandon's presentation that you want to discuss with our staff? Seeing none, I will go to the consent agenda. We had 7.1 pulled off of consent. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
The recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1 regular council meeting minutes of June 20th, 2023. 8.3 Alberta Municipalities 2023 Municipal Environment Award nomination. 8.4 Public Works 037 loader with blower with funding request. 9.2 bylaw 14/2023 North Snowbert Trail Phase 3 borrowing bylaw first reading. And 9.3 bylaw 16/2023 by amending bylaw for Youth Advisory Committee and Seniors Advisory Committee for second and third readings.
All right, call for the vote. Sorry, when he's closing, I'm sure that passes. All right, so on consent, we just approved the minutes from the June 20th, 2023 meeting. And then 7.1 was on consent pulled by Councillor Killick. Councillor Killick, was it because of voting purposes or did you have some questions?
I do have some questions,
Okay.
but it primarily was for voting.
Okay.
So just maybe to start with questions, the question I had was the recommendations that came back from administration to go with just population growth and applying just population. So I just, there wasn't really a clear understanding in the background or as to why that was. So I just like to get some clarification on that before I bring forward the alternative motion.
Absolutely, Councillor. Thank you. We've got Danielle Podlubny and Anna Royer online, and I'll defer to them.
Through the chair to Councillor Kellick. When we first created the report, our intent was that we had recently been given or provided with council the demographic increase to the grant portfolio, that it was for administration, I guess, a good year of understanding as we work through that demographic increase to see what the need is beyond that. So it was our intention to take the demographic increase as assigned by council, apply it to the grant portfolio, and then track through this year to see what the usage was against that demographic range. And then if there was increased usage, we would be able to reply to council in our annual report we'll do annually moving forward to say what was that increase of ask over and above what was assigned by council, to see if this is a need for an inflationary growth as well.
Hey, thank you.
And I guess, Councillor Kellick, sorry to add to that, if through this report, if council would like us to walk through any of the options to walk through the three alternatives and the impacts, we're happy to do that, as well as to walk through the MPI and CPI information that we've provided just as additional information.
Daniel, Councillor Hughes would appreciate that.
Okay, that's great. Then I have Anna Royer on the line, and she'll be able to walk through each of the three alternatives as well as the financial impact of each of those.
Good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Danielle, through the chair. I'm just going to share my screen.
And Anna, we can't hear you.
Yeah, and it's really low. I don't know if it's
You're really quiet.
here.
I'm not sure why. I'll talk really loud. Is that a bit better?
A little bit better, yeah.
A little bit better? Okay, I'll talk very loud. I'm not sure why it's being so quiet today. I'll just share my screen and we'll walk through one of the there we go, attachments that we provided to council. And I hope everyone can hear me well enough. So I've pulled up this summary of grant allocation by scenario that was provided to council. It's probably easiest if I just use this to walk through. So we started with our current envelope year 2023, just to give a reminder to council of what was provided this year. Outside agency grant 594,700, other grants, so that includes community capital, community events, environmental initiatives. There's 7 in that, or 6 in that category, 387,200 for a total of 981,900, which was budgeted for in 2023. So the recommendation, which as Ms. Podlubny said, was for us to just continue on with what the policy states, which is to increase by population each year. So for 2024, that would look to 638,400, 415,600, 1,054. Alternative 1 was to increase by both population and inflation. So you can see there more of a substantial increase up to a total of 1,079,000. Alternative 2, which was to increase only outside agency by both population and as well by inflation, and the other grants would still be increased just by population, same as the recommendation. A little lower increase for 2024 than what would if we increase the entire pot. And then alternative 3 was just to increase the overall envelope by population, and then to take the outside agency, apply inflation to it in order to get an increased outside agency, but we would be taking away from the other grants in order to meet that requirement for outside agency. So it would still be overall just by population, the same as the recommendation that administration is providing. I'm just going to slide down to 2027 so you can see at the end of 4 years what would happen. So again, we've got the current envelope at the top just so that you can see some indication and comparative for what would happen. So our recommendation again, if we had been applied just population for each year, we would be looking at outside agency would be up from what it was this year to 663,600. Other grants as well would continue to increase, and we'd be just about at 1.1 million. Alternative 1, which again was to apply the population and inflation to both the outside agency and the other grants, then again, we'd be going up to 720,900, which, as you can see, is 115,000 more than what it was this past year. Other grants would also be increasing. Again, that includes community capital, environmental, and then we'd be up to almost 1.2 million. That would be the largest increase. Alternative 2, which was only outside agency, which would receive both the population and the inflation. Again, it would be the same as alternative 1. Other grants would just be going up by population, and the increase would be still more than if we were just doing by population, but not an overly substantial more. Alternative 3 was to just increase the entire pot by the population and then take from other grants in order to be able to add inflation to outside agency. So this is where you start to see a bit of a decrease, which would be starting about 2026, 2027, where that pot, which contains community capital, environmental, will start to decrease in order to meet the needs of outside agency. So again, in our bar chart here, you can see where, well, it's the same as the recommendation. There's more going to outside agency and less, and the blue would gradually get less and less as we move forward through the years as to what would be available for those other grants. So I'm hoping everybody
More
was able to
questions,
hear
Philip?
me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
We're just looking for more questions.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks for the walkthrough. I'm still unclear as to why we're in the charts, the blue part, why we're taking away from the other grants to make up the increase in the outside agency portion, as opposed to applying both the population and inflation to both items so that the total bucket increases. So we're not taking away, like robbing Peter to pay Paul, so to speak. So I don't think that was the spirit or intention of the initial request. So don't quite understand where that was coming from.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Killick. Exactly. Administration just provided that as a third option for you. So again, that's just option 3 where that would happen. Option 1, where the inflation and population would be applied to both. Option 2, it was only inflation and population to only the outside agency, population to the other grants. So the only place where it takes away is that alternative number 3.
And through the chair to Councillor Killick, if I can just add to that, we didn't want to presume what council's intent was. So we just wanted to provide options for your consideration. And certainly if you would like to choose any of the alternatives, that's at your discretion. We just wanted to provide options for council to consider. Did I go really loud there when Anna came up?
I don't know if the microphones in here or the speakers in here were turned up so we could hear Anna.
I'm not really yelling at you, just in case.
Just about had a heart attack. But,
I wasn't meaning to yell. I apologize.
do a quick vote.
Oh, good.
Thank you for providing that clarification of that alternative, and I appreciate. I subsequently would change my comment to say that I think we did ask for all the alternatives, so I appreciate that.
Yep. All right, Councillor Hughes, questions?
Okay. Hi, Anna. Hi, Danielle. So your recommendation, let's just go to the recommendation for a second here. Your recommendation is that we increase it just by the population demographic increase, which to me makes sense. But are we also, you said the other grants. So is that also, can I look at your recommendation? Let's say the other grants are also going up by the population increase. So the capital fund would also increase by that as well. I guess when I brought forward this motion, I wasn't thinking about that element of it, of increasing all the other categories as well by that amount. And so what I'm wondering is, do we have a demand that would justify that? Because when I look at like the environmental grant, for example, some years we're over, some years we're under, but I don't feel like it's consistently a higher number. And also with the the capital as well as, again, it's over under. And so because we have the rolling pot to handle the overs, I'm not sure if it's actually necessary. And I know you're probably doing this so we didn't forget something, you know, like it's like, oh, I should have done it and why didn't you? But I'm wondering if it's actually even necessary to have that for the other grants and just have the population increase go to the outside agency grant. So do you see that there's actually a demand to increase it by population in the other grants category?
So through the chair to Councillor Hughes, in alignment with the new policy that council's enacted, it's based on a per capita. That's how the pot is based. So we have applied, as per the council motion, the demographic increase has been applied to that whole policy, because that does allow that flexibility within that pot of grant funding to align to, let's say, if the increased need is in community capital 1 year or environmental initiatives another, it allows that flexibility within that pot of grant funding to align to the priority of needs. So I think from administration's perspective, that's why we made the recommendation we did, is we felt like the demographic increase really a year with that and seeing what that demographic increase does to the demand of the grants, then will allow us to get a better assessment back to council after a year to say this is what the usage has been versus the need and the requests. And that was where our suggestion was we could wait a year and see what that uptake looks like. Anna, if I missed anything, please feel free to add on to that.
Thank you, Danielle. Through the chair, the new civic granting policy, which comes into effect on September 1st of this year, does state that that is how the funding envelope will be increased each year, is by population, by demographics. So that's already built into the policy. And that was why the recommendation was to initially just accept as information as that entire funding envelope would be increasing each year. And so the outside agency and the other grants as needed would also be increasing.
So you're saying though that if one category of other grants like had a higher demand than another category, that we could shift the money around, is because then really the last one at the gate in some ways gets the most opportunities, because if you are the first one at the gate, you're not able to start taking for environmental when environmental hasn't been discussed yet. So with this, it's almost like the first people there can use up their money, but if they start using up other people's money before we even know what their demand is, in the other category pots, I guess you could say, we're creating a problem here. So it's actually the last one there would have the most amount of money to play with, is how this current policy works. I can see this could be actually a problem.
Go ahead, Anna.
If I can respond to that. So yes, indeed, that certainly is not the way that we would want to go. We would always be looking ahead into the future and be looking at trending. So doing I don't want to say knee-jerk reaction 1 year wouldn't be effective. We would be looking over a period of a few years. You know, if community events grant was consistently undersubscribed, then we would look at maybe the following year, then maybe moving some of that, a little bit of that money over to the others. So it wouldn't be within the exact same year. It would be looking towards trending, understanding what was going on in the community, and then moving that money forward.
The other consideration I could add to that is that administratively, we're looking at how the programs align so that we're consistent in terms of the implementation. So there's some good opportunities as well in terms of timing, so that we're making sure that we're considering that we're not disenfranchising one group from another, that there's timing considerations to that as well.
And the other grants, are all of those rollovers? I feel like only the community capital grant is a rollover and the rest goes into surplus right now. Okay. Yeah, that could be a problem. When I think of it, I just think that perhaps it should be that they all roll over and then that extra money could be used the following year by the other grant categories as opposed to being used the year of. So that just a thought that you may want to consider is because, again, we have that timing. Some come in September, environment comes in October. So in some ways they have the boon, because you'll be like, hey, we actually have $60,000 extra this year. And then as opposed to the people in May didn't know that. And so then the decisions of the committee are being made at the time of, as opposed to guessing you'll have 60,000 and then creating a problem because it's oversubscribed in environment, for example. So
through the chair to Councillor Hughes, I think what Anna's point is really valid is this is not intended to be a once-a-year decision of moving money around. It's more of a long-term game of trying to look at the trends that we're seeing, the data, the analytics behind what's being subscribed from each of the programs, and make good educated decisions on how we move forward and where those grant dollars need to sit in terms of priority.
So I'm going to go back to the first question again. So we have 387,000 in other grants. Do we actually oversubscribe this? Because we're discussing increasing it by $30,000. So like in my mind, I don't feel like we've had a consistent oversubscription in these overall categories, even when you lump them together to justify this on an annual basis. I realize that's what the policy is saying, but I'm not sure if we intended that policy to mean what it came through as. So do we actually have the demand to justify an extra $30,000 taxpayers a year?
Anna, do you want to talk about the history a little bit?
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Hughes. There has been some years where they've been subscribed. Again, it's kind of depends on the year itself. We actually have built also into the policy that the funding may be carried forward from year to year. So we do actually have that option, and that would have to come forward in January when those the operating dollars come forward, and then it would be up to council as well too. It also provides some opportunity for us, as when we went through the whole process of determining the grant policy and looking where our needs were. If there was opportunity for any type of a pilot or an emergent need, that there may be some additional funds there available. If not, again, of course, it would go to the bottom line and then would go back into city surplus.
Okay, so this is my last question, I guess, for now, that I can think of, but who knows, might surprise myself. If we were to change the policy to say that only the outside agency grant is population based, what would that involve? Because we're discussing this now for the granting. Can we just have another motion to say that we want the policy changed, or just by de facto on the grant at this discussion, would that also change the policy?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, my understanding is the policy is like, and I think we'd have to look to Ms. Caulfield in terms of the alleged history on this, but the policy has been approved and endorsed and is ready for implementation in September based on a demographic, based on a per capita rate. And then the motion of council aligns to those policies that are based on a demographic rate. So I would have to defer to Ms. Caulfield unless Anna, you have anything else to add.
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, that was the motion that passed, and the policy has been amended in accordance with that previous motion. However, it's up to council if you'd like to change direction again and direct administration to change the policy in accordance with any discussion that proceeds today. Pass the motion and the policy would update it in accordance with that.
And then what it would require a follow-up, like to bring it forward and do that. Okay, that can still be done in August if that was the case. Okay.
But I think if I could just clarify, Councillor, what you're worried about is a first past the post kind of approach, right? Where whatever's left over gets used, either the first person gets more or the last person gets what's left. If there's excesses, if that's correct, if I understand that correctly, I think that's ultimately a sequencing and a forecasting thing, right? Ultimately.
Yeah, it's the first past and the last past, actually, because the last past the post can actually benefit as well. In fact, they can benefit more if we are not oversubscribing each one of these categories. So, and my second concern is whether or not we actually need to have these categories increased at all for population. And I don't at this moment think that it's warranted. So, because we just haven't had the justification on that. So I'm prepared to put forward a motion after Mike Killick, because I know he said he wanted to bring forward his motion, so I'll respect that. But I'm also willing to put forward a motion that it only the outside agencies is increased according to population. And that it amended.
Sorry, say that again.
That only the outside, like right now, we have a population increase for outside agencies and outside agencies and other grants.
Okay.
And so I'm suggesting that only the outside agencies is population controlled or a population amended, because we typically do not amend a community capital grant, period. It was 250,000, period. It wasn't based on population ever. And that number hasn't changed dramatically. So all of a sudden we're changing everything that we normally have fixed, and we normally don't even increase it. So anyway, I'm prepared to put that forward after.
I'm just trying to think time-wise, if yours is more appropriate to start or to go first, if you're going to do that. Let me just get to it again. I'll go to Councillor Broadhead first, and then I'll come back. Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Did I hear correctly in your presentation that the intent here is to is to implement this and then see how it plays out over the next couple of years to see whether the funds are used, whether they're sufficient or insufficient. Did I hear you say that?
Through the chair to Councillor Broadhead, that is correct. That was administration's recommendation, was that we apply the demographic increase in alignment with policy. And that, as we noted in the policy, we'll return to council with an annual report in some manner that would report on the granting portfolio. And through that granting portfolio, then we could report back to you on what was requested versus what was contributed, just using the demographic lens in alignment with the current policy that's approved.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm just, what is it? So the motion was incorrect on our package. So I'm just trying to find it. Recommend, what is the motion and where will I find it? Is that at the bottom of page 2 of 4? Page 23. Okay, civic grant funding envelope, including outside agency grant, calculated factoring population, including demographic increases only. Okay, that's the motion. Okay. And Councillor Hughes, you want to propose a slightly different one?
And so I'm just having that only the outside agency grant is calculated factoring population, including demographic increases, and that the other civic grants remains the 2023 levels. And that the outside agency policy is amended to reflect this. And I'm just going to send it to Ledge now.
Okay, we'll get the right wording. And Councillor Killick, I noticed you've got your request to motion. I feel like Councillor Hughes needs to go first because it's quite, unless you're.
He's doing one.
So you're going to do alternative 1?
I was going to propose alternative 1, but I think Councillor Hughes is alternative 2, if I read it correct. I think.
Not quite. I think alternative 2 applied inflation and population to the first component and only
And
population to the second component.
Yeah, okay.
So it's an revision of alternative 2.
You were going to move 1. Okay. Councillor Killick, how do you feel about what Councillor Hughes is proposing with the civic grant funding staying at 2023 levels and just outside agencies? Or are you just going to go with population, no inflation, right? Correct. Okay, so it's very different. All right. You guys are making me work for my high salary.
You know, Mayor, what we could do is have the motion say that the outside civic agency grants remains at 2023 levels. And the outside agency policy reflect this and have that be as a standalone motion.
I was thinking we might have to do this in.
And then
Rhonda?
we can vote on the outside agency grants separately.
Yeah,
Would
I was
that work?
thinking, why don't we do two motions, one to deal with civic grants, one to deal with outside agencies, and we can have a motion on the floor and amendments that way.
Sure. So we want to do the outside agency grants first.
Sure. Doesn't matter to us. Yeah.
Well, a point of order.
Yes, go ahead. Let's figure this out.
Wes? Okay, why don't we put the original proposed motion on the floor and then deal with these things as amendments?
Could do that, except for I have to go with due process and Councillor Killick had his
Well, but
name
then
ready to
but
go.
then we're following the process.
The process was he was first in line. He
Yeah,
wants to make a different motion. Not.
but so,
So your motion would be exactly alternative 1.
but then we can start, then aren't we following proper protocol process then? Yeah, but yours is substantially different.
So there's not a motion on the floor yet.
No, there's nothing, but I just, Councillor Killick was the first to request, so I will honor that. Hey, thank you for joining us, Natalie. We're just having, oh, you got your hand up, so you've been listening along?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if Councillor Killick would be willing to kind of do what Councillor Mackay is proposing.
And Councillor Mackay was proposing the original.
Well, I
Staff
was just saying we should put something on the floor from the
Yeah,
original
we're gonna-
report.
Yeah, I'm just.
And
gonna-
then we can start.
I'm looking at Councillor Killick, what he's willing to put on the floor. You can put on exactly alternative one as if you want. And then Councillor Hughes could split it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was proposing to do. And thank you, Councillor Jolly, for jumping in there to clarify that. So, yep.
Okay, so why don't you read alternative one exactly as you want it to be, which I feel like is exactly as it's written in our package, and Councillor Hughes, you can split.
So,
Congrats.
alternative one, civic grant funding envelope, including outside agency, calculated factoring inflation and population data.
Not really a motion. The wording is not.
We have the wording up on the screen in the correct form.
Okay, that the civic grant funding envelope, including the outside agency grant, be calculated factoring inflation and
Thank you.
population data.
All right, I'm gonna accept that. Councillor Hughes.
So then we could do an amendment. This is just so much fun for you guys, Cheryl, right? And all of a sudden, all the words went small. To remove including outside agency grant and to remove factoring, remove inflation. And then to add, and the
That's-
policy be amended to reflect this. I'm just saying it was, you gotta do it the complicated way, I'll do it the complicated way.
So Councillor Hughes is making an amendment to remove the words including the outside agency grants. That's one amendment. And her second amendment is to be remove the word
The
inflation and.
inflation. And to add that the outside agency policy is amended to reflect this, because we're changing the policy too if this were to pass.
Councillor Hughes,
Yeah,
did you want that to be three separate motions or just one motion?
I think they're all tied together, so they can't be separated really, because if we're changing,
No, they're very different. They're separate. Because if we're taking outside agencies out of this, that's one thing. And if we're taking inflation out, that's another thing.
yeah, but I still want to vote on outside agencies, period. This
So
is
you're gonna propose another motion later?
correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. So we don't need the policy updated with this one. It's a civic.
This is,
Granting.
no, the civic does have the, because we're taking out the
Okay, so it's the same
inflationary.
policy. Okay.
So this is the one that affects the policy.
Okay.
As a point of clarification, if this motion were to pass, I assume policy would have to be updated no
Yeah.
matter what.
Yeah.
To reflect.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not, it's just.
it's a de facto, but it's just a directive. That's all.
Yeah.
That's why it's all tied together, because you can't do one without the other. Right?
But it's implicit that if this passes, policy has to be updated to reflect it.
Yeah.
We don't need to state the obvious.
No,
That's correct. We do like the direct
So
direction.
there's no confusion. That's all. Although I think we're readily confused now.
So
No, we're
this
good.
is just
No.
a motion to amend the motion that's on the floor. So an amending motion. So we don't need the council policy amending wording in here. So we've taken that out. So we just have a motion to amend the motion on the floor to remove outside agency grant and to remove inflation. So we'll just be dealing with civic granting and population data.
And then with that, we can do a separate motion for outside agency grant.
that, yeah,
That does not preclude us. Let's assume that this passes just for fun.
Correct.
Then we can do a separate motion for OAC or H.
So your intention, as to question you, is to then put forward another motion to deal with outside agencies.
Sure.
Thank you.
Or Councillor Kelly can put forward his for outside agencies specifically. Again, I'm just saying that we're dividing this up into two different issues. We're just doing this a roundabout way. That's all.
Okay. Anyone need to split this or can we keep it as is?
Or did you want that directive in there?
It's not necessary. right
Okay.
now.
All right. I will accept the amending motion. Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, so just to be clear, this is not at all to have us to preclude the discussion about outside agency grants. It's just we had it lumped together, so now we're just trying to divide it out. Once this is finished, we will have a thorough discussion about the outside agency grant through motion. So this is just to streamline it to look at just the other civic grants. And so the reason is just like I said before, that we have not typically increased the outside agency grants by population or any other marker. For example, the community capital grant's been 250,000 for as long as we've been on council, and it hasn't changed. And yet we're suddenly discussing increasing this. as well as the other ones also have been fixed. They have not ever had an increase, whereas the outside agencies has increased by population, although through larger bumps because it was not annual. The outside agencies, the other civic grants were not. So this is actually a dramatic change to start increasing them. And we have yet to actually see that it's necessary on an ongoing basis. So that's the challenge, is that if we have the opportunity to roll over all of the grants, then we do have the ability to handle the ebbs and flows without actually doing a continual increase to the taxes to increase this number. So I feel like let's just take the inflation out of things that were never inflationary based before. And if there is demand for it that is sufficient, then we can have that discussion with administration at that time and say, we need 5,000 more, or this has been increasing consistently in demand by 20,000, and then we can increase it to reflect that. But the other grants are not necessarily population based. And so moving it forward and saying we wanted to increase the outside agencies like that, our outside grants beyond outside agencies to this other method, they've not shown the justification for needing to do this. And increasing this by 30,000 this year and then multiple thousands the following years without actually having the demand to justify it, I think would be very difficult. The outside agencies had an oversubscription. The other ones, for the most part, have not. And we've had rollovers and definitely money left over frequently in many years. So increasing this and increasing by $30,000, which is unnecessary, I just don't think is the right thing to do right now. We can always have the discussion annual basis about how much you want to increase it if it's necessary for any one particular category. And because the policies change, the city manager can actually redistribute the money as necessary. We actually have that ability to work with the ebbs and flows even within the current year. So which again, does not mean that we justify increasing the budget on the right across the board. That's it. Thanks.
All right, anyone else on debate? Councillor Mackay?
Yeah, I'm not going to support this, but I'm probably not going to even support the original motion. I think we've had a great discussion. We've asked administration to actually take a look at this and going back quite some time now. I know we've had a presentation going back to June where the outside agency grant funding formula was put forward, and the overarching kind of way that we manage all of our grant programs came back to us from administration with some of their recommendations. Because I mean, if we just cast our mind back a very short few years, we saw the challenge that many of our agencies have in our community, brought on by the pandemic, brought on by growing demand for their services. So while I understand the argument being put forward, I think that the process that administration has put forward is a solid one. And if we do have to tweak it, I'd rather tweak it based on full information than trying to do something on the fly, right?
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It seems like we've debated this back in June, and then it was presented in March. And anyway, the point that I heard through the whole presentation today by administration is that this was their best recommendation, and they've already told us they're going to take a look at how this plays out over the next coming years and then make amendments based on current experience. And I'd like to see that before we start making amendments to a policy that we've just debated. And I mean, originally this is on consent because we had already talked about this. But in any case, I recognize the nature of the present of what is being proposed, and there's sound reasoning behind it. But to the point that Councillor Mackay said, that's based on the last couple of years, and COVID kind of threw a spanner into many things that happened around here. So I'd like to see the outworkings of what is currently being proposed before we start changing policy or presentations. So,
Councillor Bermansky.
Okay, I'm a third echoing now what Councillor Mackay and Councillor Broadhead mentioned. And again, I entrust that administration's recommendation has been thoroughly looked at, and to start picking and choosing one group against the other at this particular time again, I don't see purpose in it. And the committees did receive support from the province recently too. So I would just like to see administration guide the process rather than us making changes as mentioned on the fly. Thanks.
Counselor Killick.
Yeah, I think, you know, I'm going to stand by my original request back to, including inflation, all the costs that our outside agencies affect them. Their costs are going up. They have been very good at managing within our funding envelope. When you sit on the CSAC and you see how they have whittled down their asks, and yet they also speak directly to us saying they're struggling to meet the costs of their activities. And to address it at this small amount of dollars in the original motion would have given a little bit more flexibility. And the key thing is, if we had increased the money and it wasn't asked for, it wouldn't be given out. But we're actively seeking input from our agencies. We know, just as we are ourselves struggling, we constantly remind ourselves the price of everything is going up, and yet we're saying here that our community volunteer organizations, we're going to not help them to address that. Just does not sit well with me, and it doesn't address the original intent of what was asked for in including a factor for an inflation. And it's such a small amount of money in terms of the overall city budget, but it's a huge amount of money when it comes to potentially being able to allocate it to those outside agencies that work so hard to deliver services for our residents.
All right, I will call for the vote.
Mayor, can I close?
Oh, sorry. I was thinking it was Mike's motion, but yours is an amending of his. So go ahead.
I just realized that the motion doesn't even reflect what I wanted it to be, which was that I did not want to have the civic granting funding increase at all. And right now it would still increase via population data. So this is like, I didn't want inflation or population. And just because we were writing this on the fly, we missed this. So I understand this is going to fail, it is what it is, but I didn't want the civic grant envelope to increase at all, was the intention behind the motion. And instead it would increase by population.
There's still an opportunity on subsequent motions to split out civic granting.
Yeah, I guess, because the intention of the motion, and I can do it after, I don't know, but it does not increase, was the intention.
Yes.
And right now it would still be increasing with this motion. It'd basically be what administration recommended. And now everything's just very confusing. Because the challenge I have right now is that we actually have not seen any justification for increasing the budget by $30,000. And that was the intention of the motion, is to not increase the budget by $30,000. And we have not actually debated this thoroughly because it was pushed off until today. So, and the impact of the increased funding was never really revealed until today, or until this council meeting. So all these things of like, we'll just do whatever admin wants, is we haven't actually had a thorough picture of what the ramifications were. But my intention was not even to do this. So I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'll vote against as well, because this is not what I want. I wanted no increased funding for the civic grant because it's not related to operating. And somehow this motion got, and it's my fault as well. I should have caught it, but this isn't what the intention was at all.
Well, let's just kill it and figure out what you need to get them.
Okay.
Call for the vote. Voting is closed and that motion fails. So the original motion is still it's not on the screen yet. Yeah. Now that's the amending motion. Yeah. It'll come. Give it time. This is where I said we should just split it instead of making an amending motion, just split out civic granting. So the motion would read that that the outside agency grant be calculated factoring inflation and population. And then another motion would be that the civic granting funding envelope.
We can do that.
Okay.
Let's split that. I just want a solution to this, so we can debate the thing properly.
Mayor, if I could just jump in, I think we've got a bit of a terminology issue going on here. If we could maybe just have a minute to clarify it. So the civic envelope includes everything, which consists of the outside agency grant and then the other grants. And what I'm understanding is the outside agency grant specifically is okay with an increase, whether it's both or one. And it's the other grants, that component of it that I believe Councillor Hughes is saying should be increased to both. So just in terms of the terminology piece, we'll work it through here.
You're talking like the environmental awards and.
Yeah.
those kind, yeah.
Is it possible just to get a list of what is included in the civic grant funding envelope? What are the agencies again? Or whatever the categories are?
I believe Anna's online. She should be able to give an idea. I believe there's 6 different elements. Put you on the spot, Anna.
Through the chair, I'm going to go off the top of my head here. So we have outside agencies. I lost my video. Sorry, my apologies. We have outside agencies, community capital, community events, beautification grant, environmental initiatives, council sponsorship, and LG Young Artist Award.
And that's all of them. Is that correct, Anna?
That is correct, yes.
Can I ask another question, Mayor, while we're waiting?
Absolutely. Yep.
So out of this pot of 384,000 last time, how much of it did we actually spend in the past few years? Do you know what the total amount of the spend has been across these categories?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, I don't have that exact number off the top of my head. I know through COVID, community events grant has not been fully subscribed. This year will be much closer to 2019 levels, but prior to COVID, community events grant was pretty much at its full subscription. I know environmental usually is, and then the other ones are smaller grants. So fairly close, but may make a slight difference. We are certainly looking at a program review as well as those grant programs and looking at some gaps and opportunities as well. So although a couple might be undersubscribed at the moment, such as community events, there is some opportunity and gaps already identified that maybe we may be able to address through that grant program. So limiting it may not or may cause some challenges in looking at ensuring we are filling those gaps in the community.
I don't remember the artist award coming before council. Was that ever? Did we ever have anything in that?
Through Councillor Hughes, that grant program was discontinued by council back in the end December of 2020. That was one of the programs that through COVID we were looking for some reduction. So we do not offer that program anymore. So that was that. Just to remind council, that was a program that offered funding assistance to athletes that were traveling, representing nationally or internationally. It also offered a sort of a project-based initiative for groups who wanted small equipment purchases or maybe wanted to do a quick pilot project. It might have been whether it was a cultural or a sport, just a quick 1-year pilot. That program allowed for that. So that is one area that we no longer have those opportunities.
So you listed 6, and I thought that was the last one that you listed. Did you list something else at the 6th one? I just misunderstood it.
The LG Young Artist Award, maybe, Lieutenant Governor.
And how,
That's a small
Yep.
grant program, but it is always fully subscribed.
thank you.
Okay, can we get the proposed motions that Ledge has been working on? Marty, we got them?
Yes, we think we have what was requested. Please advise.
That was the intention of my motion. That's actually the intention of,
So
that's
Counselor Killick,
neither.
I'm gonna take some liberty with everything here. So Counselor Killick's intention is to have both civic aging funding envelope and the outside grant increase by population and inflation. Counselor Hughes has asked, and by policy or by procedure, I have to take her split. So they have reworded it so that the split motion makes sense. So this is the first piece that the outside agency, we're missing the word agency, I think, Marta. Policy so the outside be amended, and then there's a subsequent one that you've got written up as well.
This is the only one we have right now. And so it's because trying to split out from the alternative motion is a little bit
Right, yeah.
tricky.
So I'm okay with taking some liberties with the wording as long as Counselor Killick's intention is reflected.
But I don't believe it is.
So what's up there is the potential, trying to rewrite the potential draft or amendment. So we're removing inflation. So what that will say is the outside agency grant envelope be calculated according to population, and everything else remains static at 2023 levels, which I believe is what
No.
Counselor Hughes.
The second part is mine, but the first part does not reflect Councillor Killick's intention. Like that, so you got it half right.
I'm gonna call a bit of a recess.
Yeah.
Because we need to get this straight. What we need is 2 separate motions, one that will increase the outside agency's grant by population inflation. That's what he wants. He also wants the other grants that we just mentioned increased by population inflation. She wants to debate them separately. That's all, right? And then there could be an amending motion to take out inflation. I'm not sure. Might cause more headache for me, but let's take a 5-minute recess. You and you go down there.
That's
5 minutes, yep. All right, it sounds like we're good. We're recording again? Back? I see we're taking a short break still on the screen. Okay. All right, so the negotiations have occurred. Councillor Hughes is going to just allow the original motion that Councillor Killick placed on the floor, which was alternative 1, exactly as it is in the package. And then depending on what happens there, she might have subsequent motions which are ready to go. So I believe that's the plan. So the motion on the floor reads, no, I'm reading it, that the civic grant funding envelope, including outside agencies grant, is calculated factoring inflation and population data. Okay, so Councillor Killick, I'm not sure if you have more on to say on debate, but I will absolutely let you open because you actually didn't open before. It was more amending motions, but go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Again, it's just it's based on part of the recommendation from administration that we use the Greater Edmonton CPI to apply the factor of inflation. All of the agencies and when we went through the granting discussions and debate, many of them were asking for more money than we had to give out. We've heard from numerous agencies that inflation is hitting them hard, just as we hear every day in every other debate that we have on a capital project. Prices are, we know prices are going up on everything. And so as we strive to serve a greater population and these volunteer organizations that are really struggling to meet that growth in providing services to our residents, that we would apply an inflationary factor to that as well. And the money that if we increase the pot, it still is up to the agencies when they fill out their applications as to whether we're going to grant that money or not. It's not like because the pot expands, we automatically give it out. It is still up to the due diligence of both the agencies to have a legitimate ask for it. And it's up to the CSAC committee members and the environmental committee, et cetera, to look at those requests and based on merit, request that money. But if the money is not there, then their needs are not met. The other key thing is that this is, in the big scheme of things, as I mentioned, $30,000 for an inflationary factor on other grants is such a small amount in our overall total budget of the city. But it means so much to the agencies and the residents that they serve, and that these agencies are driven by volunteers. It's not like it's not like a pay increase, so to speak. It is to help volunteers that give freely of their time to support the needs of our community. And this enables them to do just that in a very small way. If we look at the inflation factors that are calculated or provided to us by administration, it's a 2.3% or 1.9% or 2%. So yes, I understand that the numbers look bigger in the presentation when we get to 2027, but again, they are relatively insignificant in the city's overall budget, but would mean so much to the agencies that we're actually funding. So I hope this motion, which is which is clean and is an alternative as provided by administration, is successful and passes today.
All right, Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not going to be supporting this in part because I also want to bring forward the other motion about the population. The challenge we have is that we don't have an idea of what inflation is going to be. We do have a pretty idea how much the population is going to grow by, but we don't know the impact of the actual inflation. And if we look at the history and say, okay, well, we actually voted to take away our own pay increases by the Edmonton CPI because they were larger than what many of the staff are receiving. And yet this is the metric that we're going to be agreeing to for this area, which could be looking at 6 to 8% increases now across the board on this, plus the population increase. So the numbers that we have here in the grants, I'm not even sure, like they could be quite optimistic as to what the real impact could be in 2027, because I don't expect staff to have a crystal ball. But if we're going to follow what staff recommends, that we really need to let this settle down a bit and then see what happens before we do this. But using that as the inflationary tool could dramatically increase this budget. And I understand that many organizations are facing challenging times, but so are cities, so are the taxpayers. And just blanketly increasing it to this level, it is a different challenge because we're there to assist them. We're not there to pay for all their expenses. And that last policy was there to reflect that when we changed it a couple of times before. So everybody is having challenging times, but to increase it to that level and increase by both factors, I think would be the challenge. If this does not pass, just so we have a clear understanding, then the default recommendation, which is just population, would be the one that would be moving forward at this point, unless another motion is brought forward for something else. It would be by population by both categories. So the 1 year showing for 2024 is only 1 year. If we continue to roll this ball down the hill even more than 3 years, the changes are going to be a lot more dramatic as it moves forward here, just with compounding. So I won't be supporting this.
All right, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I will be supporting this. Councillor Killick, your comments about this being really insignificant in terms of budget are accurate, but also the impact is incredibly significant and to our residents. You know, these are the organizations that build community. These are the organizations that, you know, create that special something in a way that is really special and that the city can help promote. So thank you for bringing this forward. That's all I have.
All right, Councillor Mackay.
I'll be quick. Initially, when this was first proposed, I wasn't in support of the inflation because I think it went against the recommendations from administration. And also that the fact that we had been discussing this for quite some time at our request, mind you. But I'm listening to your comments, Councillor Killick and Councillor Jolly, who works in the nonprofit industry and knows that the impacts of inflation probably as strongly or more than anyone in this room. But I mean, even if we look at how inflation will be moved across the different grants, some of these grants are quite small in salary. And even if you had a larger inflation, you're still only talking dollars. You're not talking thousands of dollars. Yes, perhaps overarching, there could have some significant impact if you factor in the other larger grants. But anyway, initially I was going to vote against it, but I'm going to wait for some more comments and pros and comments because I am starting to maybe understand some of the arguments.
Councillor Bermansky.
I won't be supporting this motion, and the reason being is it's put forward that nonprofits, and I mean, we have nonprofits in the city that do wonderful work. They do they have a huge amount of volunteers, but a lot of the costs come for the original staffing, not the volunteers. And when there's a bigger pot of money, sometimes the committee has the idea to decide which group gets less and which group gets more. And, you know, through funding we've seen in the past, some groups have lost and another group has gained, but not always for just the services they provide. And a nonprofit is supposed to grow to self-sufficiency in some intent. Like, I mean, they're not supposed to be another department of the city that gets funded. And by, you know, we want to help wherever we can in all of these groups, but to encourage just, you know, more money by inflation, of which the amount is, we don't even know what it could be. It could be, you know, who knows. And then we've also refused some events for some groups, and we've, you know, bumped up the amounts for other groups. So I just, I think that we're very efficient in our judgment of the dollars, and there's been people that have come forward and those have been improved. And within population increasing, events will increase as well. That's what we want. We want lots of events. We don't want to be refusing any of those, but the inflation just may encourage intent of what we don't want to see in the future. So that's my main reason for not supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In my opinion, the civic grant and the outside grant are linked to per capita and how much we give to these funding pockets because they serve the number of people in our community. And to the point that's been made is that outside agencies, the city is to be an assisting funding source, not a primary funding source. And so I believe that our policy was based on some sound thinking. And we have this administrative recommendation that says to align with the policy. And we haven't even implemented the change here for the next year. And we're already changing our policy. There's always a gravitas when you start talking about funding outside agencies, and love to give them every dollar that they ask for. But you know, I'd like to get every dollar I ask for too, but it doesn't work that way sometimes. There's a limitation, and there's a sense of what is right and what the city can afford. And I think this blends what is right and what we can afford. And so I think my preference is that we go with the administrative recommendation. I'll vote accordingly, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Killick to close.
Thank you. I think there's a couple of things that are getting a little bit blurred. And in reference to the policy that we are going to be bringing forward and implementing later in the year, that is the authority to give out the money and speed up getting the money to the different agencies. So it's a policy that changed the signing authority, if you will, of specifically the big one, of course, is the CSAC and environmental. It doesn't have to go to council anymore. So it is purely policy driven around how the dollars are approved and given out, and we're speeding that up. That policy is not in any way linked to the total dollar amount that is in the pot to give out. So the two are quite separate. And policy is, we should not be confusing them and saying we should implement the policy first and then look at the funding envelope. The funding needs are now. In fact, they were last year and the year before that. I really don't believe we should let our salary comment around CPI affect our thinking in or influence our decision-making on how, again, we use an indicator here to come up with the dollar amount that we would be giving out. Those two things, again, are totally separate. And to bring those into the discussion, I think actually it's not material to what we're discussing. Our discussion today should be focused on the amount of money that we're going to be given and what is to our outside agencies. And that should be based on the best recommendation that came from administration around using the Greater Edmonton CPI. The big thing is that most of these grants, as we've heard, if it fails, we're still going to implement population. So the only piece we're really voting on is inflation. And that's what we asked administration to come back and give us a recommendation on. It's to address how we all know inflation is impacting all of the services that are provided by these agencies. So for those reasons, I think and the last one, as I mentioned, it's the dollar amount in the overall city budget. On an annualized basis, it's hardly anything, but it means so much to our agencies and the services that they support and provide to our residents, the residents that are in the most dire need for help. I think we can afford this, and I hope everybody supports the motion as it's worded today. Thank you.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion fails with Councillor Jolly, Councillor Killick, and Councillor Mackay in favor. All right. We have no motion on the floor now. Councillor Hughes, I'll look to you if you wanted to do something or if anyone wants to bring it for the administrative recommendations.
Mayor, I can do that.
Well, okay. Go ahead.
We actually don't need any changes. The recommendations were defaulted to just depopulation. So if we just took it as information, it would just be both by population.
Right.
So that's why the recommendation was just to do information before. We actually
Okay.
did a motion. So
You're right.
the only motions that would be necessary would actually be if we wanted to change from the current recommendation. And
So Councillor Jolly, do you want to bring forward the original administrative recommendation?
But do we need it?
I feel like we need it.
We need it.
Marta?
I think that would be welcome from the
I think so,
administrative side.
yeah.
I can do it, so I'll just do it verbatim from Marta's email, so that the civic grant funding envelope, including the outside agency grant, be calculated factoring population, including demographic increases only.
All right, are we good with that? No further amendments or splits? All right, I'm going to accept that. Go ahead.
Oh, I think enough has been said. Thank you.
Anyone else? I see none. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes with Councillor Killick opposed. Is there anything else on this? Councillor Hughes, you're good?
yeah, I just felt like after the previous debate, I didn't think it was going to pass. I didn't want to waste council's time.
Okay. We are now on to 7.2, which is the police committee recommendations. So Councillor Mackay, you're our rep on the police committee. Do you want to introduce our guest speakers?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Actually, speaking to this is Mr. Todd Walsh, who's our policing committee chair. And along with him is our policing committee vice chair, Mr. Ian Sanderson, who is also the chair or president, I'm not sure of the title, of the chair of the Alberta Association of Police Governance. So that's all of them police commissions, both Calgary and Edmonton, Medicine Hat, Lethbridge, and Tabor and Lacombe and Camrose, as well as all of the policing committees and some of the advisory committees. So congratulations, Ian. And Mr. Walsh is coming off some major back surgery, so he's on painkillers, so hopefully.
Is that why he's so smiley?
That's why.
All right, so you guys had a meeting and you have a recommendation in front of us, and you've registered to speak, I assume, in favor of it, so I'll give you your 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna apologize. I'm just gonna call up my email so I thought the motion would be up, but it's not, so.
Is that mic on up there? Okay.
Yeah, if we can, I'm just trying to scramble. to get it up,
Can you put the
there.
recommendation on the screen for him? The actual recommendation?
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Over the last couple of weeks, it was brought to our attention and it was debated at our meetings that we readdress the 3 recommendations that were in a 2007 or 2014 report. And we wanted to bring to the forefront on staffing numbers and make the council aware of these reports and specifically on recruiting. I'm going to defer to Ian. Ian was chairing the past 2 meetings because I was on medical leave and he's a little bit more up to speed and can speak better than I can on it.
Thanks very much, Todd. Madam Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The purpose of us bringing this motion and recommendation forward to Council was simply to put it on your radar. This report that the long-term policing plan for St. Albert is currently approaching 10 years old. Certainly a lot has changed in the environment, and we felt that it was appropriate that this have a review based on what is the current environment, but also to address one of the issues that is basically international in scope right now with respect to recruitment of policing and how that impacts soft vacancies within St. Albert. Currently, there are not sufficient extra bodies to fill soft vacancies for leaves, et cetera, et cetera. And so hard vacancies are staffed on a fairly efficient basis, but we could end up in a situation, we are in a situation with soft vacancies in the policing establishment here that impact the service to the community. What we wanted to bring to Council's attention was that in the 2014 report and the long-term policing plan is that there is some language that we would like sort of across the board in looking at budgeting and everything else. And basically, if we come to a consensus and everybody understands that we need X number of policing resources for the population, that we could actually make those hard vacancies and allow those soft vacancies to be filled, which would improve service to the community due to a lack of, or being able to close the gap on the soft vacancies. So we just brought this to Council for your attention. We feel that it's time for a review, but also that we would hope that this may be a way that we could plan and address some of the issues that the detachment is currently facing with respect to soft vacancies.
All right. Thank you both. I guess, well, Councillor Mackay and Councillor Bermansky both have questions for you, and then I'll probably follow up. So go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I'm just going, just for the purposes of council members, Mr. Sanderson, if you could explain what a soft vacancy is versus a hard vacancy?
A hard vacancy would be one where somebody gets transferred out and there's a position that's empty. A soft vacancy one where they may be on maternity leave, parental leave, sick leave, and certainly some of the medical issues that have come post-pandemic and the rest of it. We've seen an increase in the soft vacancies, and these ones aren't normally backfilled, so that affects the number of policing resources that are available for day-to-day operations.
And I believe Inspector Komiak is going to be speaking to the numbers later, but I think our numbers, do you know what our current numbers are? Or do you want me to wait and ask that question?
I think it'd be appropriate to let the inspector speak.
Okay.
It was significantly high and it caused us concern, which is why we wanted to bring this forward.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, I know Inspector Comiac's listening right now, but I don't know if you want,
Is he online?
yeah, he'll be online.
Is he now?
Yeah,
There he
there
is.
you are.
Okay. Right, but we're not doing questions of administration.
No,
right
yeah,
now.
well, I'll ask that question of administration, so I'll ask you at that time, Inspector Comiac, is to respond to the actual numbers prior to your presentation.
Or you can do it as part of this motion. If you want.
Well, no, and he's part of administration, so.
Oh, yeah, I'm saying, I thought you were gonna wait for the Q4 report. Okay, thanks. Councilor Bermansky.
Thank you, and thank you for your information today. I had the one question about one civilian policing employee for each two uniform officers. Would that be calculated with the officers that are currently working or the totals that should be working?
The approved establishment. So
Okay.
those that should be working,
So 84 total, so it'd be 41 administration staff then?
correct.
Okay, and what do those like administration staff do when there's not officers that they have to work for?
I think the inspector can speak to that as well, but I think these are the ones that provide the support services to municipal enforcement, the police office, whether it be typist, data analysis, all of those administrative functions, clerical functions within the office.
Okay, and is our municipal enforcement, is there some off in that group as well, or just in the RCMP?
That'd be probably a
I think
question
that'd
for
probably be
administration.
more for
Yeah.
Everett or
Okay,
administration to comment on.
okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor Killick. And then
Uh,
Councilor Jelly, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Just for clarification, by putting these numbers into the policy, policing services policy, what does that actually drive? Like, does it force hiring? I'm
I think the way it stands now, and Inspector Commenter can confirm this, but I think the way it is now is that there's an amount that's budgeted within the municipality. But there's the amount that's charged to the municipality or vacancies. So there's a bit of a gap there. If you were to look at, we need X number of people and then could call that a hard vacancy. So we could probably close that gap, which would put more resources on the street and help address the soft vacancy pattern.
I can clarify if you need clarification. So right now we staff at an authorized strength of 70. We bill the city at about 63, 66 sometimes. However, what happens is hard vacancies, as Mr. Sanderson has expressed, is that number that are basically being transferred in, transferred out, maybe moving on to a different occupation. But right now we're at 70. So the issue we have right now is that the number is too tight to the actual, our number is too tight to the actual number. So if we actually could raise that limit, we can actually allow RCMP staffing to actually go out and find additional members that could come in, which would actually then be available for the street. Now, that doesn't preclude some of those members also going off on soft vacancies and we fall into that situation. But the idea would be, is you're starting from a higher base number and we can fill hard vacancies. We can't fill behind soft vacancies. So that's one of the challenges that is facing the RCMP right now.
Yeah, and I understand by pre-reading ahead on the next presentation that we have vacancies and staffing levels, but I'm trying to understand why we're putting this specific set of numbers into policy. And if it's in policy, then every year we have to.
Might be
hire
a
to
question
do that.
for, for administration. Yeah. Ask them later and how you would action this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
that's my. Okay.
Councilor
I'll
Jolly.
wait.
Thank you. So the ask is to be updating our policy based on 10-year-old data and kind of your comment has been a lot has changed since then. So I guess my question is, do you think the resources would be better used kind of updating that long-term plan rather than kind of doing the paperwork of updating a policy that I don't think is going to change anything?
I think there are two things there. I think number one is that if the review of the long-term plan is done and it's decided that something else is more appropriate, so be it. I think it's a starting point so that administration and council and everybody that's involved in this process of approving the potential of new resources or the costing of resources, I think having everybody speaking the same language and understanding where that's coming from is equally important to the process. Two things there, but I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it's challenging because I mean, I've read this report a long time ago and we talk about it every year. So I'm just surprised that the policing committee didn't know that we take that into consideration. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Todd or Ian? I see no more questions, but I think the biggest point of all of this is to remind us that that plan is almost 10 years old. I remember when we approved it, and I remember conversations around the 1 per 1,000 population. Was that the right thing? Was it crime severity? Like, what was the right index? And we settled on this, but that shows my age. It's been 9 years. So I think honestly, the best part of this whole conversation is that realization, and we'll probably follow up with administration on next steps and plans. And we'll need the policing committee to guide us through that. Yeah.
And I think, Madam Mayor, it also should be remembered that we have regulation that is coming with the Alberta Police Act that is going to be dropped at any time, and a review around this time and how the implications of that regulation coming down might impact what the city does. I think it's an important time to kind of look at that as well.
And honestly, the next RCMP contract could very significantly influence how many are officers, whether there's 2 in a car or not, right? So, all right. Thank you guys for coming on. Sorry it was such a long late. I'm assuming you're going to stick around and listen to the rest of this. All right. Before I entertain a motion, and Councillor McKay, are you willing to put the motion on the floor when we get to that point? Okay. But before that, I'm going to open it up for questions, and I'm going to start. Mr. Fletcher, what is the plan for the long-term policing plan? Like, so it is 9 years old. I'm going to assume it's going to come with a cost and some staff reallocation resources if we were to do it tomorrow, or are you recommending operationally to look at it in a year or 2 from now? What's the plan?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll ask Everett to comment in a second, but right now, it's currently not on the corporate business plan in terms of a project. We believe it is an important endeavor to update the 10-year plan, absolutely. And so our recommendation would be over the next, I'm hesitant to put a timeline in gospel in front of you, but certainly over the next year at a minimum would be to look at that plan, and we'd have to reprioritize. It's probably a 2 or 3 year project.
Okay.
Everett, do you want to comment?
Perfect. Yes, thank you. Through the chair, or Madam Mayor, through to council. I echo CAO Fletcher's comments. This is currently not on our radar yet to update this plan. However, I believe with the movement that we're seeing in policing services right now around accommodations, obviously discussions around a police force, whether it be provincial, the upcoming contract with the RCMP, it is prudent for us to open this document back up and have another review. Of course, that review will be to validate the content within, or of course, to identify what staffing models may be appropriate for the city of St. Albert. At the time, of course, one of the realizations was, and we still are, one of the safest mid-sized communities in Canada. What does it take to maintain that or to grow upon that will have to be one of our considerations. So lots of work to do. Again, to echo CAO Fletcher's comments, we don't have the specific timeline yet, but it is prudent that we do review this document.
I agree. Do you have an even idea, either one of you, what kind of resources and how much it will cost to do a new plan? It's probably a hard question to answer, right?
I would be hesitant to say. I could ask Everett. I know that Mr. Giesbrecht was part of the last
Mhm.
initiative, which was a number of years in terms of the effort to get to that point. I think because we've got a baseline at this point in time, it would be a little bit shorter, but it's not an insignificant move.
No, I agree. Okay. All right, I've got lots of questions here. So Councillor Jolly, I see your hand up. We'll start with you.
Thank you. So I'm wondering if this motion passes, would it change anything that we're doing administratively?
No.
And would it change anything having to do with budget?
Budgeting.
Depending on population growth over the next coming years, our budgets are going to adapt based on these numbers. So the 10-year plan is linked to the policy. It's not embedded. And we are using those numbers as our baseline moving forward at this point in time until something new, an effort to revamp the policy could conceivably change or alter those numbers.
And just to clarify, like we're already doing this from what I understand. Is that? Like
I apologize. I'm sorry. Could you say that again?
So we're already considering these numbers in this plan when we do budgeting. That's my understanding.
That's correct. There are a number of considerations. This is absolutely one of the key ones.
So
Okay.
we're 70,000 people essentially. What do we budget for RCMP officers?
That's the establishment. I think it makes, perhaps I could ask Everett or Ryan Kromniak to chime in on that. Everett.
Yeah, I can start and then I'll have Inspector Komniak confirm what I'm about to say, but currently right now we have an approved strength of 70 RCMP officers, of which, as I believe it was Councillor Mackay commented earlier, we're billed around the 64 mark annually, based on the number of officers that we have actually assigned to us. Of course, we deal with soft vacancies from time to time, and then of course, to help address those soft vacancies, we do have the opportunity to increase our approved strength, which again is at 70 mark, which would put us at 1 to 1,000 on a population of 70,000. Inspector Komniak, did I miss anything with that?
Other than the actual build number, it's actually closer to 60 than 65 over the past 5 years.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm jumping in on your time, Councillor Jolly, but the bill time is sort of out of our control, or is the bill amount.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. I just
Yeah.
don't, I'm trying to see like the value add for changing the policy.
Right. Keep going.
And my last question is, in terms of, actually, no, that doesn't even impact this. That's all I have. Thank
Good.
you.
Okay. Councillor Mackay.
Yay. So looking at a policy that you've so kindly attached in the background there, says responsibilities is CAO. And then you've read this. So I mean, it just says ensure the policing long-term department plan is updated at least every 5 years. Can you advise if that's happened and ensure that this policy is being reviewed at least every 5 years? I mean, looking at the last time date stamp, it says next review date is 2022, but I'm not sure if that's in progress or if we've done that.
So I can't speak to 5 years ago. I know that it is not in train last year or this year. And that, again, I think that's something that we recognized we need to do moving forward from this point.
So how would you interpret that in relation is updated? Would that require what level of review?
I think it's premature for me to say. I'll certainly ask if Chief Cook wants to chime in. I think in this instance, given that the data is ostensibly 10 years old, a fulsome review, at least to underpin, the numbers that have come out of that is in order. Absolutely. Chief Cook, did you want to comment?
If I could, actually, I'm going to ask if Manager of Policing Services, Aaron Giesbrecht, could join us for a second. He may have a little bit more of the historical on this for us with regards to reviews. As my experience only goes back 24 months as well. Aaron, can you answer Councillor Mackay's question?
Thank you. Yeah, as indicated, the review did not take place. There were some discussions back in 2019 about this, and then the need to update. But it's been one of those projects that, as already indicated, that we have to pick up again and review and update. I think that's one of the things that may come out of if this recommendation, if council passes this recommendation, reviewing that policy and some of those responsibilities. It's an opportunity to clean up, I guess, some of those and the current council direction on what they would require of city administration in terms of CAO responsibilities or the policing committee responsibilities or the OIC responsibilities. Some of that hasn't been looked at for a number of years.
Thanks. I guess, I mean, I'm kind of cautious as to, I don't want to necessarily, I mean, Inspector Kamiak, you published the actual soft vacancies we're currently at right now. Is it, I'm cautious in the sense of putting out publicly, but it's certainly a cause for, I'm not going to say wholesale concern, but there is an awareness that it's going to impact staffing of actual operational frontline policing, and it may have an impact on your ability to provide what some people put in air quotes, softer. So your community constables and, you know, your ability to have the gator ride around in the river valley and people on bikes and all that. So, I mean, can you tell us what our soft vacancies are, or would you rather not put that information out there?
No, I don't mind at all. It's discussions I'm having regularly with the policing committee. We were at about 15% vacancy rate at the end of the fiscal year, so end of March. But right now we're around 25%. So it's trending in the wrong direction from my standpoint, and that's why we want to have this conversation. We want to at least get the conversation started, and from my standpoint, the long-term departmental plan is I just want to get reacquainted with that as a baseline. A lot of other communities are using the 1 to 1,000, but I'm in full support of ongoing evaluation assessment as it applies to that ratio, and the city can undertake that in the long term. But I do believe there's some value to getting reacquainted with that ratio, like I said.
So, I mean, can you explain kind of the idea, principle behind the recommendation? I think to Councillor Killick's kind of question, so we just basically say, okay, maybe we need 72 officers or 73 officers based on a revised population account. But how does that impact? So what's the difference between your ability to fill hard positions versus your ability to backfill behind soft positions? And what would be the benefit of following this policy?
Well, first off, thank you for your explanation earlier, because I believe it was fairly accurate from my standpoint, as well as Mr. Sanderson's previous to that. But there was a day, I don't want to call it the glory days, but there was a day where we had the ability, meaning the RCMP had the ability to backfill soft vacancies, and that would come in the form of additional officers surplus to establishment, where we could essentially lighten the load of that soft vacancy rate. Unfortunately, as a result of the entire industry dealing with a recruitment crisis, is the commitment I have today from the Alberta RCMP and the RCMP at a national level is that they'll work with us to fill hard vacancies, and that's it. The days of bringing in additional officers to assist with a soft vacancy rate they're gone. We may see them again in the next 2 to 3 years, but as it sits right now, we're left to manage those soft vacancies at a local level. And I know that in speaking with some of my colleagues at neighboring detachments, is everybody is feeling the crunch. So in principle, what we're trying to do is we're trying to ask for more officers so that we can get more boots on the ground, and knowing that we can get some, we will get the support of our organization to fill hard vacancies as and when they come up. So that is sort of my explanation. There is also some additional information to provide sort of a 10-year comparable as it relates to the trends with the FTE rates as they here at the City of St. Albert. So and the policing committee again has that information, as well as administration. So I'm sure that conversation will be continuing and ongoing here in the coming months.
So from an operational standpoint, when you're down 25% in your authorized strengths due to soft vacancies, and we use the term soft vacancies, but in reality, some of these individuals could be away for up to a year, 18 months in cases of maternity. So realistically wise, it's significant. We're not talking somebody that's off sick necessarily for a period of a shift or two. Operationally, how does that impact your ability to put boots on the street to respond to calls?
Thank you for the question. And it's a great question. So yeah, in addition to, maternity, paternity leave, we were seeing an increase across the entire industry with in relation to occupational stress injuries. So these can go months, they can go years. And when they're off dealing with that or receiving treatment for that, that position sits encumbered, but we can't bring anybody in. So those are, again, that's just, shedding the light on the situation as it is right now. In terms of operational impact, quite simply, we need to pivot from proactive to reactive. So, if I can use the comparison to fire services, is we're strictly there to put out fires. That's it. That's all we're doing. So in proactive services here at St. Albert, I'm talking about the school resource officer program. I'm talking about enhanced patrols with the golf carts, the trail system, the parks. I'm talking about the farmers market. I'm talking about neighborhood block parties. I'm talking about all that extra stuff that we do when we have enough people coming to work. And that was going to be part of my presentation. Sorry to get to it early, but the reality is that I have to scale that back. So it's not going to impact our ability to provide emergency services to this city. We're well positioned to deal with emergencies. We're well positioned to deal with 911 calls, and our uniformed side of the house is able to meet those demands. So when I'm talking about scaling back services, it's strictly the proactive side of the house. So, and that's disappointing for me. And I think the city is going to, certainly over the summer months, a city that's been accustomed to receiving those services are going to notice when we have to turn that dial back a bit.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm sorry to dominate, but
I feel like you know the answer to these.
I've been unfortunately caught in the same circumstance as the inspector in relation to cutting back away what are the most important aspects of policing, which is community policing. Yes, you always need that ability to respond to a 911 call, but you also need to be proactive and out there and engaged in probably the biggest portion of policing, which is community policing. So the question maybe is I know, particularly at nighttime when it becomes very busy, caseloads and the requirements of court, the requirements of the judicial system, or not the judicial system, but the administrative system have become so burdensome that officers now potentially, if they're on shift and you've got your regular complement of shift, they can be consumed by a simple call for hours that would normally, in the past, usually only took an hour.
Councillor Mackay, I'm going to direct you to questions. Yeah.
The question is so, concerning, we've received a number of kind of complaints from the public in relation to some social disorder events in our downtown. How do you respond to those if you only have one or two officers that are available on the street because the other officers are tied up on other calls?
Well, my easiest explanation of that is if someone calls for service, say the downtown core at 1 a.m. when events are spilling out, call, we'll be there. But we won't be there cruising around during the times when those activities are typically happening. So we lose the ability in some instances to be proactive. But again, that doesn't, that certainly, I have no concerns with our ability to respond to calls for service when and as they come in.
I appreciate that response. Very good response, actually. The next question is just to Mr. Giesrecht. Our complement of MES officers is currently what, about 11 off and on?
Yes, that's correct. We're approved for 11. That's 10 frontline officers and 1 supervisor or sergeant.
And we've had that complement for how many years?
I'd have to go back to check for sure, but I don't believe we've added to that for likely 5 years.
And yet, do you think your responsibilities in relation to activities from this bench, I mean, with new bylaws, new changes to some of our own bylaws have increased your workload?
I think certainly the increase in some of the legislation for sure. There is some expectations around that proactive work as well that has increased in the past, and new trends around, transit security and things like that are emerging that weren't around back when we did the long-term department plan. So certainly there are increased as we evolve as a community, there's increased demand for CPO, community peace officer services for sure.
Are you still doing traffic enforcement?
Yes, we are. We have 2 of those, 2 of the 10 frontline officers are dedicated to traffic enforcement as it is today. When we do drop and have some vacancies, as we've had in the last couple of years, we're full complement now, but in the last couple of years, we did have some challenges on that front, no different than what Inspector Kalmanek has been alluding to on the RCMP side. We did pull from the traffic resources in order to provide reactive services for our general duty peace officers. So we weren't doing as much proactive traffic work as a result.
Okay, thanks. I've dominated the questions, so I give up the floor.
All right, I'm going to Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for those questions, Councillor Mackay. My question really is around when I read the motion, it's that administration will review and update the council policy, blah, blah, blah. So, Mr. Fletcher, when you read that, review and update, is that a go back to the beginning and redo the strategic plan, or is this just a review and assess whether it's still relevant for today?
Thank you, Councillor. A little of A, a little of B. I don't think we'd go back to first principles and scrap what we've got. We would use that as a baseline, and we would confirm or deny the information in there in light of the evolution of the situation that faces our first responders here in St. Albert. And I think then there would be a discussion on what metrics we use to drive that going forward. Until that time, we would use the numbers as already articulated.
And I asked the question because what the policing committee is asking is really for that dust off and sort of update, rather than really go back to first principles and decide whether or not these metrics are really relevant. And quite honestly, that's a question I'd like to have answered.
Mm-hmm.
And the motion is that we include these metrics in the dust off. And if that's all you're doing, I'm not going to argue it. But I mean, we've heard today that 1 per 1,000 might be a aspirational aspect, but we're nowhere close to receiving it. 1 for municipal enforcement officers, we're behind the gate in that. And I truly don't understand 1 for every 2. As the group gets larger and larger, are there not economies of scale where that metric changes? So I know the motion is going to be brought forward. So I'll ask a question of the mover at that point in time, what is intended by the review and update of it. But if it's just a dust off, I'm not going to argue it. But if it's a first principles, then I don't want those put in there.
And I would say that currently, as we use the guidelines, it is a factor amongst many, right? There are financial implications. There's a number of issues that go into that. It's not preeminent, and I would hesitate to make that the only consideration going forward. I think there's a number of factors that have to be considered. However, it is absolutely a useful baseline, right? As opposed to a swag, we've got some great work that was done, albeit 10 years ago, to arrive at this. I mean, you can jump on Google, because I did last week, and you can find 1.7 or 1.8. So I think there is value to looking at the metrics we use that underpin that. Until that time, as we have, using this as a baseline, I think is useful going forward, but it shouldn't be the only consideration I would recommend. I think what we're doing now would have to sort of be extant through the review, if that makes sense.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you, Mayor. The question I have, I guess, is, first of all, is the December 31st, 23 date on here. To me, it doesn't, I'm not hearing that anything could be done by that date, first of all. And secondly, ensure the targets. So ensuring the targets is a little bit difficult when they can't even be ensured by the staffing process as it sits. So the question I have for, I'm not sure who will answer this, but when you're saying you can't you have soft fill vacancies and hard fill vacancies, but you can't fill the soft. Is that who directs that you can't fill those? And if you were given someone to replace a soft fill with a guarantee they're a hard fill, is that the only option you have? I just want to fully understand that.
Thank you, Councillor. Perhaps I'll ask Inspector or Aaron, go ahead if you're ready to go.
I can take that one, Councillor Bermansky. Thank you. I think if I heard you correctly, you're like who controls the ability to backfill soft vacancies versus hard vacancies. So currently within our organization, so the RCMP, there was a day where we could bring in additional officers to assist with the soft vacancy rate, meaning people that are in those positions but aren't coming to work. What I was trying to shed the light on earlier was that the organization's unable to assist us in that capacity today. Where they are able to assist us today is if we have a hard vacancy, meaning a position where we don't have an incumbent in that position. So either through a transfer, through retirement, new positions, perhaps that have been added by a municipality or contract partner. The organization is still 100% committed to providing us with an officer to fill that hard vacancy. So that's the situation as it is today. That will likely change a year from now, 2-3 years from now. However, the way it is right now, I'm left to manage that soft vacancy rate locally, which is what I'm trying to do. And so I'm a bit limited in terms of what I can do with that soft vacancy rate. Sure if I answered that for you or if we just danced around it. I'm not sure.
Okay, with the soft vacancy fill that you were previously allowed, did they have more officers for that actual, designation to be placed in a temporary position, so to speak? And now they want them all to be permanent, or is there no, a shortage of officers?
Yeah, it's very much the latter. It's the recruitment crisis that the entire policing industry is dealing with. So there's no inventory of officers to draw from, and then Halifax Regional Police did a good job of explaining how they're dealing with it just last week, where they're actually trying to draw and market officers from other organizations to come to their organization. So there's a bit of a game of stealing right now, and but right now within the RCMP is recruiting is starting to ramp up, but we're playing catch up along with every other policing organization. So there's an inventory shortage. Therefore, you know, their focus right now is with the hard vacancies, because that's really all they're able to backfill at this time.
Okay, and so the hard vacancies would be new recruits then?
Possibly, or they could be officers that have been succession planned out of other detachments to come to the city of St. Albert. So, and on that note, we are in a very good position to generate interest from experienced officers to come to the city of St. Albert to work at this detachment. So we're not dealing with some of the additional issues and pressures that some of the detachments are dealing with in say you know, rural Alberta, or in some of the isolated postings out there.
Okay, so you could fill the hard vacancies, just not the ones to replace people temporarily then?
Correct.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So I'm getting the impression that what's being asked is not this motion. What's being asked is that we increase the number of permanent RCMP and MES positions. Am I understanding that correctly?
I can answer that as well, I believe, and administration can weigh in. My ask is to get reacquainted with this baseline in the long-term departmental plan, so that we have something, we have a recipe that we can use to follow. Long-term.
I don't know what reacquainted with a baseline means.
Well,
are you asking for more permanent positions?
Well, that is a conversation I have ongoing with the policing committee and city administration. So I don't know if I want to go down that rabbit hole right now. But yes, I mean, we are essentially, you know, the city is growing. I think I don't know if it was an official census last year, but I think the province has the city of St. Albert pegged at around 70,500. So if we were to draw on the ratio that's tied to the long-term departmental plan, we need 70 and a half officers to be at strength with that ratio. So.
Okay, so Mr. Fletcher, what I'm trying to figure out what the impact of changing a policy will be in terms of administrative activities or budget. And I know you said there's no impact, but what I'm hearing is there is impact. So I'm really confused right now.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I think there's no impact this year because the numbers by and large mesh. In future, I mean, this is a map for potential growth of our first response in accordance with growth to the city. My recommend, I mean, I will not put words into the committee. I think they brought this on the radar certainly, but I think my recommendation would be for you to direct us to come back with a plan to review the policy and the long-term, the 10-year plan. Timeline to be discussed perhaps by Q4 of this year. So we could come back and actually do a fulsome estimate of that. In the meantime, you know, we will continue with the metrics that ultimately we're using now to inform that piece. We still, I mean, as you've heard, the soft vacancies can't be managed. We've not filled all the hard vacancies in the established positions yet either. So I guess if there were an impact, if all of a sudden overnight everybody showed up, we would have to budget more money for those positions, because right now we don't budget for the max amount because we don't have it. But that's immaterial to this this particular motion, because that could happen. It's unlikely to happen, to be clear, but that could happen tomorrow anyway.
Okay, so thank you.
I think everyone just needs to understand that the motion in front of us is not to actually move to 1,000 per, it's just to review the policy, right? Yeah, it says administration review and update the policy. Yeah.
But it does direct us to include those numbers into the review. I guess my point is, we might come back and say that actually the correct number is 5 for every 1,000. I'm making stuff up completely here. But right, I think the review would involve a certain element of confirm or deny the analysis that went into these numbers, and perhaps they're different, perhaps they're the same.
Which to me is the benefit of this motion. Yeah. I see no more hands up, so Councillor McKay, I'll get you to put motion on the floor.
Yeah, I'll put the motion on the floor because this came out of the policing committee. I mean, I take everybody's points in relation to it, but this is the motion that came out. And so I'm going to bring it on the floor, and that administration review and update the council policy on policing services C-PS-02 by December 31st, 2023, and ensure that the below targeted resource ratios from the 2014 policing long-term department plan are embedded into the newly updated draft. One RCMP actual and billed for every 1,000 residents, one municipal enforcement officer, established positions for every 5,000 residents, one civilian policing employee, established position for every 2 uniform officers, and that includes the MES and RCMP combined.
All right, I accept that motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, again, in some of the comments and some of the questions, some of the, maybe the challenges associated to the recommendation have been outlined, but I'm going to take administration's interpretation of the recommended motion around the fact that really that I think administration actually has grasped the intent. And when we talked about this at policing committee, I mean, really, and you've heard it in some of the responses and some of the presentations, this is really around identifying this as becoming a serious challenge and letting and looking at saying, let's get this back in front of us. I believe the majority of policing committee members and council members knew that some of these ratios that were in the 2014 policing long-term department plan were being considered, but in reality, I think we've come to a point now where I think we need to really push. And even if what comes out of this is that review, that's both in policy and that also gets it on the radar and maybe moves it up, because moves it up into the prioritization of administration to look at revisiting our numbers. I think that accomplishes the intent behind the recommended motion. This is a very complicated situation in relation to trying to get staffing. And this is one a solution put forward in relation to at least maybe looking at being able to at least get the hard vacancies filled. But long term, that's not what the whole entire solution is. So like Mr. Fletcher said, maybe the outcome of this is that we develop a new long-term department plan, and the numbers are either determined to be based on a totally different ratio that includes any number of different factors other than just population. But right now, at least this gets us on the forefront, and this gets us starting thinking about how do we address a very troubling situation for our community.
Councillor Bermansky, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor McKay and Mayor. I have trouble supporting this one as it's worded, especially with the December 31st, 2023. I can't imagine anything being done in that period of time. And the word ensure, that these targeted numbers stay as is, I guess, in the following policy. If the December 31st date wasn't there and, maybe analyzing the below targeted resources or confirm or such, but in the wording as it is, I can't support this motion. So unless someone else wants to amend. Councillor McKay.
Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
Well, thank you. I have similar concerns, quite honestly, but what I've heard from administration is that they'll do their best to expedite the policing services review and confirm the metrics that are currently used. I too don't like the word ensure, but to Councillor McKay's point, that was the motion put forward by the police committee. So I want to support them in that, and giving the understanding that, that these metrics will be reviewed. I'm okay with proceeding.
All right. Counselor Jolly, why don't you start off your debate with the motion you just sent in? Yeah, she just sent it.
Yeah, I'll mention that. So I get the sense that what's being asked is that we review our strategy, that we review kind of even the premise of how we do policing in St. Albert. And I think that's fantastic. I absolutely support that, which is why I put in a motion to for admin to prepare a project charter for consideration during budget this year. But I don't want to make it, I feel like updating the policy before considering the strategy is doing things backwards. We're looking at, you know, yes, it was approved 9 years ago, but that means the data is at least 10 years old, and a lot has changed in that time in terms of, you know, provincially, what's happening with policing in terms of kind of the priorities of the city and the demographics of the city. It's all changed. And we really do need to start with that before really doing the work of assuming that the assumptions of a decade ago are still accurate for the coming decade. So I won't be supporting this, not because I don't support the intent behind it, but just because I don't want us to be doing work we're going to have to redo anyways, once we figure out kind of that strategy underlying this policy. Thank you.
All right. I feel like we're just passing this motion. We still will achieve, I think, what everyone's intention is. I just appreciate the fact that this has been brought to our attention, that the policing long-term department plan is in need of update and to look at some of these metrics. So Councillor Mackay, I think I'll support this. I think either way, we're going to get the answers that we need. So I'll let you close.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And I appreciate the comments in relation to directive language. I mean, certainly some of these concerns were brought up in the policing committee, but I'm just going to go back in relation to, I think the intent is to identify that this is a significant concern. And right now, this is the only tool that we have in our toolkit around identifying that. And so that at least we bring it back. As to Councillor Jolly's motion around that, yeah, you know what? If that's the outcome, great, we're successful there as well. But right now, I believe, and I totally understand your thinking, Councillor Jolly. I do. But right now, this is the only tool that we have, and it's something that I heard administration say that they could review and look at. And if that review shows that the whole policing strategy needs to be revisited and the policing plan needs to be revisited, then we've achieved and accomplished, I think, what the policing committee's intent was. But this is brought forward by the committee, and I'm bringing it forward to council.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes with Councillor Mansky and Councillor Jolly opposed. All right. I think before we go on to the Q4 report, we should probably call a bit of a break. It's been a little over 2 hours. So yeah, next on our agenda is 8.1, the quarterly policing update. So let's start that at around 3:30. Start the recording. Thank you. All right, Councillor Jolly, you with us?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, we are on to agenda item 8.1, the RCMP Q4 update, and we have Inspector Comniak with us, I assume still with us. All right, there he is. I'll let you take it away.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mayor Herron. And I want to be mindful of time here. I know you get a jam-packed agenda, and some of the stuff I had previously in my report, we've sort of touched on already in the previous debate. So I'll try and pare it down here to the best of my ability. So happy to report that our HR vacancies have normalized in the operational support units. So that's our general investigation section, crime reduction unit, drugs, community policing, and traffic. So that'll help kickstart some project-based work and intelligence-led enforcement initiatives for the current fiscal year that we're in. I will have more details for council in the fall on some of those projects and initiatives. Just touching again on our vacancy rate in general duty, it's continuing to place heavier workloads and added stress on the front lines. Overtime shifts are being utilized as and when required to augment front lines. Our municipal employee, our crime analyst position, is well embedded now within our operational support units. So she's now hosting weekly intelligence briefings with both our uniform side and our operational support side. And as I touched on earlier, as of the end of March, so the end of Q4, our vacancy rate was sitting at about 15%. That is increased currently to 25%. As a quick update to our annual performance plan, in consultation with the St. Albert Police Committee, we decided to carry forward all three priorities. Those are namely crime reduction, domestic assaults, and mental health in vulnerable communities. So there has been some minor modifications made around specific initiatives, measures, and targets. However, we remain quite focused on these three priorities as they appear to have the greatest impact here in the city of St. Albert and certainly for our demographic here. As another quick update on the St. Albert RCMP Community Diversity Advisory Committee, we are continuing to make strides as it relates to community issues and policing. At our last meeting in the spring, we formally adopted the terms of reference and onboarded our new co-chair, who's Mr. Javier Lozano. The group recently assisted in creating a list of ideas and events that the RCMP should consider to target recruiting efforts towards minority groups. And I had forwarded that list to the commanding officer of the Alberta RCMP. So we're doing some good work and sharing some meaningful dialogue. So happy to report that. I don't want to belabor what we've already discussed, but I did have some additional information that I wanted to provide to council just in relation to our FTE vacancy rate. So the vacancy rate, the 5-year FTE rate hovered for the last 5 years at about 60 actual or billed officers. So we're currently trending with a higher number of soft vacancies, and we're sitting, as I said earlier, at about 25% vacancy rate. Although the hard vacancy rate is just below 5%, we're talking about 2 or 3 officers. It varies very different times. It is a soft vacancy rate where we're feeling the crunch on the uniform side. So there is a recruiting crisis across the entire policing industry. And the RCMP does remain committed to backfilling those hard vacancies. But this is going to be more of a long-term crisis to manage due to the recruiting shortage with the RCMP. What this means locally in terms of service delivery is a significant reduction in proactive services to the community. I spoke about it earlier, but it's the proactive patrols in the parks, the trail system, community events, block parties, So there will be a decrease in visibility outside the scheduled hours of our community policing unit, and which includes the school resource officers. So obviously they're taking some well-needed time off here over the summer with school out. So, but I anticipate in the fall that there will be a noticeable decrease in those services. So as I said earlier, just wanted to signal that there will be a bit of a shift from proactive to reactive due to these staffing shortages. So I didn't want to sound doom and gloom like when I spoke earlier about service delivery, though I don't see there being any impact on our uniform side. So our ability to respond to calls for service won't be impacted by that. Just wanted everyone to be aware that those extra activities in the community will be scaled back. I am working closely with the policing committee to create a plan to help us prop up the approved or authorized strength numbers. So we can get more boots on the ground, and there'll be more to come on that. I will open it up to questions.
Awesome. All right, Councillor Killick's first up.
Councillor Broadhead was first up, but
I think that was
that's
a
totally fine.
one.
First off, Inspector, just like to say, I think generally when I, talk to residents around St. Albert, they feel it's still a very safe and secure community. And there's always crime, but generally the feedback that I get is that you and your team are all doing a great job. So I know you're struggling with, as you said, backfilling resources, but bottom line is I think you're doing a great job. The question I had was around the January to March from 2022 to 2023, the property crime statistic went up significantly. It shows 31%. And I'm just wondering what, are there key drivers in property crime? Is that kind of like well, I'll leave it at there.
What page are you seeing that on?
That was on page 40 of our agenda.
Okay,
package.
thanks.
Yeah, my page 40 of your agenda. So I'm just looking at on my other screen here, I'm looking at that increase. So you're looking at a 31% increase from 22 to 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great question. You know what, our crime analyst will probably be the right person to maybe have a look at that, and I could report back to council through the policing committee on that increase. I would say that is a significant increase year to year. So let me get back to you with a more fulsome response once I have an opportunity to discuss that with my analyst.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Well, and I'll just jump on that because at the end of the report, page 45 of our package, you have all the statistics, and you have suspicious person / vehicle / property. So I don't really understand that, but it's up 559%. That was a huge one. My first thought was, does that just suspicious vehicles or is it catalytic converters is my other question.
No, it's a catch-all. Basically that signals to me that we're getting a lot more calls from residents about things that don't seem right, whether it be a person, a vehicle, something that they observed maybe outside their window or when they're out for a walk. So that leads me to believe that, because typically those calls, if they ever result in anything criminal, they'll get categorized. So
Okay.
those are essentially calls where we go and check it out, and either the subject or vehicle is gone on arrival, or we deem it to be non-criminal. So it's just people calling in for something that doesn't seem right.
Okay. We always used to say no call too small, so I guess people are listening.
100%.
So while I still have the floor, catalytic converters, where would we see that in your stats?
That'd be theft, theft, yeah, theft from motor vehicle would probably be the category that those would be captured under.
So just, are we seeing a problem in St. Albert with this? I mean, I know other municipalities have put in these bylaws and I'm just curious to see if you think it's something St. Albert should be pursuing.
I'm gonna say no, because compared to other communities in and around the Edmonton area, we're not seeing near the numbers that they are, like in the city of Leduc or Leduc County, Sherwood Park. We do see the odd little spike, and our analyst is on the spot with providing the officers with the weekly briefings. So if we do see an increased activity around catalytic thefts, converter thefts, we're able to make sure that information gets out to our members so that we can keep an eye on those areas where those thefts are occurring.
Perfect. All right, Councillor Hughes has a question.
Thank you. So I know we were discussing the staffing shortage before. So you said you were at 15 before and now it's 25. Was that off the actual number of boots in the ground or the goal numbers? Because, you know, we have like 60 actual and they're projected as 63 or 66. So what number is the deficiency on?
So that's the actual build number. So that's when the city gets a bill, it's for the actual positions that are encumbered. So where we've got somebody coming to work.
Okay, so I think we're supposed to have around 60, correct? Is the goal number 60?
No, the budgeted is around between, I think around floats between 62 and 64. There has been a few changes.
Okay.
I apologize. I have somebody weed snipping outside my window here.
It's okay. So we have basically 15 vacancies right now in.
Correct. That is correct.
That is substantial. So when did the vacancies start? And I know we don't always know when people are going back to work, but we do know in some cases where they're definitely not going back to work, like maternity, or they've given something like, I'm getting a knee replacement, I'm out for sure for 6 months. So do we have an idea when this larger amount happened and how long we know for certain it will be continuing?
No, unfortunately, that is one giant mystery for me most days, because of course the employee records and health records are kept in confidence with health services. Purely on speculation, many of these are tied to what I call stress leave. So it's an officer that may have been off previously, tried to come back, went on the graduated return to work program. Maybe things didn't work out. Maybe their condition or their health deteriorated and now they're off again. So we do have kind of an on again, off again pattern right now within our organization. I can't speak for others, but and as I touched on earlier, it's the occupational stress injuries that are starting to creep in. And that's where we're seeing officers off for long periods of time. And the longer they're off, as we all know, it's becomes more difficult to bring them back. So we are seeing, unfortunately, higher numbers of those diagnoses for occupational stress injuries, and we're having a real difficult time getting people back to work once they've been diagnosed.
Sure. So did this increase from the 15 to 25 happen in the past 6 months then, or has it been going on? Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so basically this year it changed over a little bit.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you have this information or not, but I know you said that we have a recruitment crisis, and do we have any idea why the RCMP are having a recruitment crisis? Like, I just would assume, and maybe I'm assuming wrong, but I mean, it's not a bad job. Like I look at Councillor McKay, I mean, he did his whole life. I think he found it fulfilling. I mean, it's difficult, but fulfilling. And well, he did have more hair. I'm just curious as to what is
I would say the contract that wasn't settled till, what year was that?
Last year or
Yeah,
something?
before that, but
So we don't really know what's causing this.
I heard Calgary's got a 25% vacancy right now. That's what one of the councillors down there. So it's you said it in your earlier presentation that it's I thought you were gonna say RCMP, but then you said policing organizations, because it's municipal, it's RCMP.
Everybody's having a hard time.
Depot was closed down during COVID too, wasn't it?
Correct. And
Yeah.
I could, that's a great question, and I can provide a little bit of insight. And I did do an article with the Gazette recently where I touched on a few of those potential reasons. All police services are chasing modernization, so we in the RCMP is the same. So there's more coming into the industry. So you've got, equity, diversity, and inclusion. You've got social media. I mean, we require strategic communications department to deal with certain issues that pop up in the community with our contract partners. So there's so much coming in that everyone is having to do more with less. And if they're getting ahead of the game, they're actually onboarding new positions, and quite often those positions are civilianized. So that's one reason, because things are evolving quickly. The other reason is pay equity, as Mayor Heron had touched on. So the RCMP had fallen so far down the list within the Canadian Police Services universe that it became unattractive to join the RCMP, because there was 148 police services that they could consider joining where they'd make more money. And then there was, the pandemic, which pretty much halted all recruitment and training efforts for a period of 2 years. So the RCMP, like other police agencies, are trying to play catch up. And then you've got, you've got societal shifts going on, and the expectations are changing of what communities expect from their policing services. And I think Councillor Jolly had touched on that previously. Like, things are changing. They're changing rapidly. And I just don't know that the new generation it's really appealing to them. They look at the industry as a whole and they're like, you know what, I think I'd rather go do something differently, something where, I don't have to deal with the safety factor of being an officer, and the list goes on. So it's complicated. Everyone's trying to figure it out. I was at a Alberta Association Chiefs of Police convention in Lethbridge a couple months ago, and they actually had a recruiting panel there, and they had various police services, presenting on what they're trying to do to deal with the recruiting crisis. And it's a complicated issue.
Okay, so just one last question, and I don't know again, but you might know just because, you're kind of the head guy here. I know that they're starting to recruit again. Have they recruiting or training in larger numbers to get certified, I'm going to call it, to be able to get out there? Are they just trickling it in, or are they we're going to need something to really compensate for this? Because it sounds like it's a problem across the board.
Yeah. So fortunately, our recruiting numbers are increasing, but they're not increasing significantly. So it's going to be a slow burn to get things back to the way they were. I'm going to suggest we're probably looking at a 3 to 5 year plan before things begin to normalize.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Romansky, you want to do the motion? Go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. That the St. Albert RCMP Municipal Policing Report and the St. Albert Municipal Detachment Crime Statistics provided as attachments to the July 4th, 2023 Council Agenda Report entitled Quarterly Policing Update, RCMP Quarter 4, 2022-2023 be received as information.
Perfect. Any opening comments?
No, just thanks again, for all the information provided by all those involved and your team, Ryan. So thank you very much, and great update.
Thanks you. Councillor Mackay.
I'll be quick. Thanks again, Inspector. Thanks again to Mr. Sanderson, Mr. Walsh, for all you do in our community, both in policing committee and in policing in front line. But I also would be remiss if I didn't also identify that in May 23rd of this year, the RCMP celebrated a major milestone with the 150th anniversary I've only served part of that. But I know, there are some of us that probably participated in the Great West March or Great March West. Anyways, but I want to just congratulate the RCMP and all the RCMP members that work so hard in our communities, not only in Alberta and in our community, but all the way across Canada. So congratulations.
Anyone else? Councillor Jolly, I don't see hands up. Something I love these reports, and I just skimmed through the stats, and one of the ones that stood out for me was injury from motor vehicle collision. 77 reported in 2019 and only 19 reported in 2023. So something that we're doing in the way of urban design, urban planning, some of this zero, what's it called? Vision Zero that our staff is working on seems to be making a difference. So that was a highlight that I saw when I read the report. So thank you for all those involved. Anything to close, Councilor Bermansky?
No, nothing to close. Thank you.
All right, call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that motion passes unanimously. Awesome. All right. The next agenda item is council remuneration and expense reimbursement. So this is just a result of the per diem vote we had a couple weeks ago. So Marta's been working very quickly and hard on this. So I'll open it up. I'll let you introduce it, Marta, if you have any.
Yes, thank you. I do. We did put a lot of the information related to what was changed in the policy in the agenda report. But I would like to quickly go over the changes. The council motions that were passed on June 6th did relate to per diems and council's salary as well. So I'll just quickly go through. It wasn't just me doing the changes. There was a big group behind the scenes working on these amendments. So there are a lot of people online to help answer questions at the end as well. So in response to the council motions made on June 6th, the main changes made to the policy, which is the council remuneration and expense reimbursement policy, are with respect to per diems. So we did add a new definition of per diems. It's found in the body of the policy. It's a time limited definition because the motion directed administration to pay per diems only from July 1 of this year until October 31 of 2025. And the definition says that per diems are a predetermined amount for participation or attendance at certain events or activities as they're outlined in Schedule 4. So essentially everything related to per diems that is new is all in Schedule 4. So Schedule 4 has the rules about the per diems. It has the per diem philosophy that we put in there, the amounts, and most importantly, what per diems may and may not be claimed for. With respect to the per diem amounts, we conducted an environmental scan of municipalities in Alberta to see what other municipalities were paying for per diem amounts. That was attached to the agenda report. Not too many municipalities from what we can tell were either willing to tell us or have deputy mayor per diem amounts. So the information related to that isn't very helpful. But there are a lot of municipalities that pay half day or full day per diems for attendance at certain things. So based on that information, administration's recommendation is to pay per diem amounts in the following amounts. $100 for a half day, which is essentially up to and including 4 hours of attendance, $200 for more than 4 hours, or what we would call a full day. And for deputy mayor, we're suggesting $50. In terms of the detail in Schedule 4 with respect to per diems, some of the items that I wanted to draw your attention to are that number one, the deputy mayor is eligible for a per diem for attending events at the request of the mayor, but not anything included in the list that's called not eligible for per diem list. So if the deputy mayor is chairing the meeting of council because the mayor is not in attendance, that is actually not eligible for per diem because attending council meetings is in the not eligible list of Schedule 4. Secondly, when someone's acting as a deputy mayor, they may either claim the deputy mayor per diem or the full or half day per diem, depending
on which is preferable, but not both. And so in terms of the list of what per diems may be claimed for, you are eligible to claim the way it's currently drafted for attendance at conferences, conventions and seminars like Alberta municipalities, FCM and mid-size Mayor's Caucus, for attendance at board, committee or commission meetings by council members who are the appointed member or who are the alternate member acting in place of an appointed member and attend such meetings. So that means that if you are on the EAC committee and you are attending your meeting, you may claim your per diem. However, if your council colleague who's not appointed to that committee attends that meeting, they are not eligible to claim for attendance. They may only claim if they're attending in the place of the appointed member as the alternate. Per diems may also be paid for attendance at intermunicipal meetings. So these are things like intermunicipal affairs committee meetings for council members, again, who are appointed to that committee and attend the meetings. Also, you may claim for meetings with provincial or federal ministers, with the Chamber of Commerce, with the St. Albert Public Library, with the St. Albert School Boards, with the Arts and Heritage Foundation, and for attendance at the St. Albert Business Leaders Forum. Additionally, you are allowed to claim for attendance at other conferences, functions, or other events that are not listed as a council representative at the request of the mayor. Now, the following is a list of what per diems may not be claimed for, which is how the policy is currently worded. So as I mentioned, attendance at regular meetings of council or special council meetings or committee of the whole meetings or budget meetings, agenda planning meetings, annual organizational meetings and council strategic planning sessions are not included. In-house education or workshop events that are put on by the city, including new council member orientation, courses or training events for individual council members, meetings where per diems or honoraria are paid by another third-party organization to the council member are not included. Golf tournaments are not included. Purely social events are not included. Ceremonial events such as openings or anniversaries for local businesses or nonprofits are not included. General public appearances like openings of facilities or parks or events related to such within the city are not included. Attendance at political party functions are not included. And community events such as National Indigenous Peoples Day, Canada Day, Remembrance Day, Christmas light up, rodeo, parade or reception, or the St. Albert State of the City are also not included. The policy did say, and does still say, that any council member who's elected to serve on the FCM Board of Directors receives an additional salary of $4,500 added to their base salary. So administration added wording to the policy, which states that any such council member who is elected to serve on the Board of Directors is not also entitled to claim additional per diems they may otherwise be entitled to claim for attendance at any FCM activity while they serve on the FCM Board of Directors. Additionally, the council motions that were passed on June 6th, one of them specified that the Council Remuneration Review Committee should consider per diems as part of its ongoing work. We did review that bylaw that establishes the Council Remuneration Review Committee, and the bylaw already says that the evaluation of per diems, including amounts and the purpose of per diems and when a counselor should be eligible for them, is part of the work of that committee. So no changes to the bylaw are required at this time. So that's all the amendments summarized with respect to per diems. We also made some changes with respect to council salary. So the motions that passed specified that the council salary would be linked to increases for not this to be the same as the non-union city staff. So we amended the policy to state that. And we have we are planning to amend the policy again in Q3 2025 to update the full-time status of counselors and the new salary of counselors, which will be effective for the next council term. So those changes are not incorporated right now, but we will be bringing those back in Q3 2025 to make it less confusing for everybody involved.
And while we were at this and had the opportunity, we did also kind of do some cleanup changes. They're outlined in your agenda report. So I can go through those quickly. We just updated the definition of gift to tie it to the council code of conduct bylaw. We removed the conflict of interest section again to tie it to the code of conduct bylaw. The daily expense reimbursement sections were updated. There were some references in the policy to the provision of office space and parking spaces for council members, but those have been removed because they're not really related to remuneration, and they're not being provided currently. The vehicle mileage rate was updated, and we did some other minor cleanup things like, sorting things in order by alphabetical order, et cetera. That is a summary of all the changes that were made. I'm happy to answer any questions. And as I mentioned, there are a lot of folks online as well who are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start. You removed section 43, which was called third-party interactions. If a council member chooses to attend an event, conference hosted by an organized or organized by any third party that conducts business with the city. Oh, anyway, you took the whole section out.
Yes.
Do you see that as part of the conflict of interest?
Yes,
And
that
it's
is a
covered over
conflict
there?
of interest
Okay.
removal. Yes.
So it's covered over there for sure.
Yes.
I saw that as very much an expense thing, but as long as it's covered.
Well, so when the policy first was instated, the council code of conduct bylaw was not a thing. Now we have council code of conduct bylaws, and the regulations require that we deal with conflict of interest in those bylaws. So we have a very robust section in there. So in addition, we also have other administrative kind of protections in our procurement side that deal with this. So we just didn't think it was necessary to double and triple up on that. And it would be easier and cleaner to remove it from here.
Awesome. Okay, Councillor Mansky, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few questions I have on the, first of all, who was the group that did all the changes? You said a lot of administration.
Yeah, so that was staff from legal services, legislative services, a lot of executive leadership, human resources, and finance.
Okay. And it's mentioned here the cost, staffing costs to, to manage this. Do you have any idea how much that is?
We talked about it. I think it's going to be absorbed in one of the department budgets with base budget adjustments. I think we were talking about $25,000 a year, something in that range.
Okay, and then the question with the committees, like the first and the alternate, like, a lot of the committees both attend. And why did you decide that just one gets a per diem?
It was honestly just kind of, we were just trying to do best principles. And so back to best principles, we just thought if you're appointed to the committee and you must attend, then kind of trying to keep it contained in as best manner as we could. That is probably the best way to answer that question.
Okay, was the education purposes of the committees mentioned or not?
Sorry.
Well, like, for example, the CSAC or the environmental committee, I attend, regularly as the alternate, because you want to know what's going on kind of thing. So I think that by just encouraging, like, paying the number one seat, so to speak, it will be kind of a discussion on which counselor is number one and which counselor is number two, and some will be missing out on the information. That's.
I don't believe we discussed that in that detail in our discussions. We kind of just landed on this would be our best administrative recommendation. Understanding obviously that this is your council policy, obviously related to your remuneration. So if any changes are required or desired, we can facilitate those.
Okay. And then there was something in, I mean, it wasn't your addition, it was in the policy that I wasn't aware of on page 55. Council members are entitled to claim for reasonable out-of-pocket childcare expenses that support attendance at council and committee meetings. Did you see a need for that staying in there, or?
We didn't see a need to take it out. I don't believe it's really been a well
like relied upon section, so we just didn't think it was a change that was recommended at this time.
Okay, and then on the daily amount and the half day amount for per diem, did you just take an average of the specific cities, towns that are listed in the?
It's not a real, we didn't calculate an average. We kind of looked at the numbers and thought this kind of lands near the middle. I don't know if it's not a true average. But
Lower than the.
it's lower. I don't know if some of them pay much higher, some of them pay lower. A lot of them seem to pay 100 and 200 for half day and full day. So we just thought that seems pretty reasonable to just kind of land in the middle.
So it's just discussed as reasonable then.
Yes.
The definition of comparable mid-sized cities, in the original policy for the council remuneration committee, it said, but not limited to these cities. So I'm wondering why there's just in the definition, just these cities and not limited to.
I can't comment on that. I don't know. We didn't change that definition, that we just left it from grandfathered it in from whenever the policy was drafted. So perhaps there was a reason for that. I don't know. I don't want to guess. But I don't actually know the response to why the definition is that and not including, not limited to.
So to change the definition, then we have to put a motion forward. Yeah.
Correct.
I'll let the others ask questions now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hughes.
Thanks. So just so I understand with the deputy mayor, which isn't going to happen for a while. For me, so the question of the per diem is to say it's $50 if you're deputy mayor, but the majority, not majority, but many of the items you have to do as deputy mayor are related to openings, anniversaries, these different types of community events on behalf of the mayor. So would the deputy mayor still collect the $50 for that, even though, or?
Thank you for the question. That's a really good question. I think the way it's currently drafted, we would say, no, you're not entitled to it, but I know that wasn't our intention. So what that would require is an amendment, a slight amendment to the policy to clarify where deputy mayor may claim and where they may not. Or just to say, as asked by the mayor to attend. And then, you know, if you're going to a community opening in place of the mayor and you must do a speech, or that would need some work, because I think the way it's currently drafted, it could be interpreted that way, but I don't think that was our intention.
Because I look at 4-6, and it does say attendance at other conferences or events as at the request of the mayor. So would that be a loophole where we could then say that in spite of the fact that, because I know you had said, you know, obviously if you're chairing the meeting, that would be expected because you're expected to attend that meeting, right? Like that's not just where you're sitting on the bench. Whereas the other ones, you would not be necessarily attending them had you not been asked for the mayor. So would that be so that this does not apply? Like I'm looking at this on my screen that I'm waving at that you
What
can
page
see. So the section 5, the per diem shall not be paid. So I think it would be like schedule 4, from number 4 to 9, or 4 to 8, purely social events and attendance political parties and type obviously doesn't matter. But the 4 through 8 might be if the mayor asked you to attend on her behalf.
Correct. I believe you're correct, Councillor Hughes, that kind of the last one under 4, which is the acceptable per diems, which is any events where you're requested to attend at the mayor's request, could be where we rely on, I guess we call it a loophole. But yes, that's how you would get the deputy mayor per diem, even though they're listed on that list.
Okay, because that's just a big portion of the demands of deputy mayor. So I'm not really sure under the other categories that are acceptable where you would be going and the mayor would not be attending, I guess. Right. So.
Yeah, you know, and I think there could be occasions where you're attending as the deputy mayor with the rest of council, in which case you would default to the higher per diem. It makes
Exactly.
sense. I think that the $50 from an intent perspective was to cover off those things that would not normally be eligible,
Right.
that you were asked to attend in an official capacity. So.
Okay, as long as that's being understood today, how that's being done, so there isn't just debate later with administration. Because the big thing isn't actually for us, it's for our administrative staff who have to actually interpret this and put this onto paper so that they understand what they need to be doing. So, okay, thank you.
Counselor Mackay.
Oh, she says it with trepidation. I'm looking at Schedule 4 definition around per diems, section like the first bullet, I guess it would be. And the language to me seems like we're using per diems to line our pockets, right? It says per diems are used to increase participation by council members in events which are not part of. And I'm just kind of curious whether I'm just reading too much into that, because then when I look at what the definition of per diem is in the actual definitions of the policy, it just means remuneration paid between the dates and for attendance or participation at events or activities as outlined in Schedule 4. So, I mean, I think there's just a disconnect because I mean, I'm not using a per diem to attend a particular event just because I want the extra money.
Yeah, I'm good with you. I read it in the report and I saw it in the policy. I actually disagree.
Yeah.
Per
I
diems
mean,
are used to
it's meant to be
compensate for your time,
compensate
right?
for
Especially if you're
attendance.
taking time off of a full-time job to attend, you need to get compensated. Yeah.
And so I mean, I softened the language and I mean, this is just where I was going with it. And I was just saying per diems may be used by council members to attend events which are not part of the general duties, right? And so I just feel that it's meant, per diems are used by us to compensate because right now we're not full-time. And it's meant to basically recognize there's a cost to attending these things because it's a cost on our time. Otherwise it makes it look like I'm lining up to attend an event because I need to get money for it. That's just a taste that left in my mouth. It may not, I'm sure it's not your intention, but I would just maybe say that the actual definition in the policy is a little bit more clear or softer as to what the per diems are for. I don't know. I don't know how you can resolve that, or if you can take that as or if we actually have to, like, again, put a recommendation in, a motion in for that change.
Thank you for the feedback. Yeah, that wasn't the intention at all. So I appreciate the feedback, and certainly we can draft up a motion to either remove that section or to reword it so it's more clear.
Don't even need it. Yeah,
Okay, so just to remove it. Yeah, that would be just a quick motion to remove section 1 out of Schedule 4, which wouldn't be hard to draft. But yeah, certainly that wasn't the intention. It was just more to philosophically talk about your part-time, you're getting remunerated for extra things you're doing to benefit the city. But yeah, I see your point. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the definition of per diem in the actual definition space is actually right on. But the other extra descriptor is a little harsh.
Is that all you got? Okay, I'm going to you, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just some clarity for me personally, and I don't have an axe to grind here. So can you explain item 8? Not 8, sorry. Which one am I? Well, you can explain item 8, but there was the other one where councils that are duly elected serve unfit or I'm on page 53 here. So I guess my question is I've been asked to be on a board as to serve on a national board. I have been asked because I am an elected official in my community. And it's a volunteer position, and council has given me funding to attend. Am I eligible for per diem? Like I said, just clarity is all I'm asking for here.
You're talking about QDA.
CUDA.
You get, because you don't get an increase in salary like an FCM board member. You just get an increase into your budget so you can expense things.
Yeah, just so I can go. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
totally volunteer, quite honestly.
I think you should get a per diem for that.
I think the way the per diems eligible section is worded, any kind of attendance at boards that you're appointed to are eligible. That's how I would interpret that.
You know, I imagine we're gonna run into circumstances where we'll have to adjudicate from time to time, but I just
agree.
wanted to ask the question publicly.
Yeah, I would 100% support you getting per diem because I don't think you get a base salary. You just get expenses. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Okay, we got one more question. So in the section, Schedule 4, the section, I'm on the wrong page, that's why I have two of them open, Schedule 4.5, Section 2. So the per diems are not being paid for workshop events, and I'm trying to figure out what your rationale was for that, when Section 1 says that it will be done to increase participation, which will confer a benefit to the municipality by the participation of these members. So when we're excluding workshops, which sometimes can be frequent, and they're also not short sometimes in duration, like they can go on for a couple hours or more. What was the thought process in that? Because if we're looking at doing reimbursement for time, and I'm thinking of both the training and the workshops, that can take up substantial time when you're working, especially exactly if you're working full time. That's where you're taking days off of work to attend these.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Hughes. So when we looked at these and we're trying to make these lists, we were trying to figure out what is required of a counselor and what's not required. And it's really hard to draw that line. So it just ended up that being by consensus, we determined that those things that are not required, which ought to be reimbursed. We just didn't know. So we thought, well, it's kind of a training, and training is very broad. It was our best stab at it. And I think that arguments can be made on both sides.
Yeah.
For most of these items.
Can I jump in too? Because
Yes.
Marta, I helped with some of this too, and I it's in front of you today to disagree, but I honestly, we had the conversation that we looked at other policies and what was not included. Generally, training was not included. Above it, like, I mean, if you're gonna do some extra training, like take a course, that totally is, but something that's all of council's attending, that's kind of what you ran for and are expected to attend as part of your job. So we didn't see it as a per diem-able thing. Again, it's just my interpretation versus others, and Marta and comparable municipalities, but anything can be changed. Yeah. Ken, did you want to make a quick amending motion to remove that one section of Schedule 4?
Do I have to, or is it captured in what you
I think
thought
we need direction.
administration was going to come back with some changes?
They want to get it done today.
We would prefer to get all the motions done today, and then we don't have to bring it back in front of you. We can just post it on the website once it's amended.
I just from the conversation, there may be others, but yeah.
I haven't heard anything else really.
Okay.
So your motion would be, we're scheduled for
just
remove.
I see on Schedule 4, the entire first, number 1.
Remove number 1 from
Yeah. on
Schedule 4. Yeah, that's super simple. And renumber accordingly.
Yeah, and renumber accordingly. Do I have to be that directive?
Are you good with that, Cheryl?
We don't have to start at 2. I don't want to.
We'll have it in just 1 second.
You'll have to what?
We just need 1 second to
Yeah,
get it
that's
up on the screen. There you go, Councillor Mackay. Does that work for you? Okay.
All right.
I don't have any opening.
No debate on it. So Councillor Mackay is moving that quick amendment to remove that one section and renumber accordingly. Anyone want to get in on? Councillor Metz, you want to
I'm not
comment
sure
on
what
that?
that section is.
Oh, that section is
Section
on
one of Schedule
schedule 4, which is on page 70. So on in schedule.
It says that per diems are used to increase participation by council members in events which are not part of the general duties of, so it's just kind of a slightly different
It's just,
definition.
it's a slightly different twist, and we already have the definition of per diem in the actual policy, so I don't think it's required in the actual schedule 4.
No. Schedule 4 is kind of the nuts and bolts of it, not the
Schedule 4,
philosophy
I
of
mean,
it. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, schedule 4 is just mostly like the regulations or something, but I mean, in reality, I don't think we need to define it again.
Any comments by anyone? Then I'll call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that passes unanimously. I just had a thought. We didn't actually have somebody make the motion yet, did we? So we had an amendment to a motion that wasn't on the floor.
Right.
I could make. it.
Okay, let's
Can-
back up a bit.
Perfect.
Counselor Killick, can I get you to
Can
make the main motion?
Yeah.
And then in the
But-
minutes will reflect that Counselor Mackay amended it.
Because we don't have a motion, could we just delete it? And then you don't have to worry about it.
So just, yeah, I think we can just do this. Just,
Okay.
we have the motion to amend the policy. That was before you on this item. So we were going to do that. And now we'll just have the main motion as amended.
But we had
Vote on
nobody putting the first motion on to amend it.
But the motion in itself, in its entirety, read that this policy be amended in the following manner. So that motion is fine in and of itself. And it
Okay.
it has amended the main motion without it being on the floor. It's going to be okay.
Okay. No one's gonna come after me and put me in cuffs, right? Bad chairmanship.
Maybe John might.
Counselor Killick, are you good with making the
Yeah,
main
go ahead.
motion
You can do it. yeah.
as amended?
That the that the amendments in the red line version of council policy C-CC 03, city council remuneration and expense reimbursement attached to the agenda report entitled Council Remuneration and Expense Reimbursement Policy Updates dated July 4th, 2023, as amended, be approved.
I like be approved as amended. but-
Please don't, Counselor Mackay. Any opening comments?
Yeah, I think it captures all of the concerns that we had asked administration to do, and clearly they did an environmental scan, came up with kind of the best practices around the region, and came up with the dollar amounts that are in line with our neighboring communities. And a very extensive red line version to actually change and clarify the policy that will help guide us for the next year and a half. Hopefully, it's not too onerous on staff to actually track all these things and account for them accordingly, as well as some of the other smaller cleanup items that were included in it. Like mileage compensation for vehicle expenses, et cetera. So I think a lot of detailed work has gone into it, and we've ended up with a good, clean red line policy now that we can move forward with.
All right, Counselor Bermansky.
I have a few questions. There are amendments that, I would want to put forward in this before we're voting on it too. So is the only option now voting in favor of it and then amending?
No, you have to make amendments before we vote on it.
Okay, so how can we have the motion forward already then?
It's time for amendments. Yeah,
Pardon me?
you can make amendments.
Okay. So I'd like to make amendments to the motion that,
To the policy.
to the policy, sorry. That in definition, comparable mid-sized cities, but not limited to is added in there.
Show it, direct us to the page.
Page 50.
Thank you.
Comparable mid-sized Alberta municipalities, but not limited to, and then the ones that are listed. So I'm just adding the but not limited to.
Let me get there.
And are we voting on each amendment separately?
So you want to make an amendment to the definitions.
Yeah.
That's by adding the words, but not limited to,
Yes,
Airdrie, Grand Prairie. So remove the word means and add the word, but not limited to.
yes,
Okay, let's start with that one.
or means but not limited to,
Okay,
or just take the definition out of there completely would probably be ideal.
no, I think we need to have comparables in there, so, yeah. So I think the motion would read,
It would be helpful if we could just maybe get a recess, maybe a few minutes and have all the amendments so that
Okay.
we can draft them really
how many do
quickly.
you have, Councilor Bermansky?
I have 4.
Are they really substantial or germane to what we're trying to do today?
Well, the one is, another one would be that both counselors are paid for the committee, you know, the alternate and the regular. And then on page 54, it says that 2/3 of the budget needs to be used, is only accessible to a counselor in the final year. And that's only 8 months that your full budget has to be.
Okay, we'll way better do a recess and you can sit with her. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Sean was timing you on that break. It's 12 minutes.
12
48
minutes.
seconds. Okay, let's get, can you throw them on the screen and then Shelley can read them into the record? And then I've asked Marta just to put them all together in case we can get this done quickly. Although we can always split one or two out. So let's see how they look. There we go. So Shelley, why don't you read them in?
Okay.
Yes. So what do you need? We can see them. It's all good. Oh, well, you can scroll when we get there. Okay. Go ahead, Shelley.
Okay, I just waited for them on screen here. That
They're on the screen.
this screen.
They're there too. They're there too. Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, they're there. Yeah.
That policy CCC 03 be amended in the following manner, that the definition of comparable mid-sized Alberta municipalities be amended by deleting the word means and replaced it with include but are not limited to. That section 13 be amended by deleting 2/3 and replacing it with 3/4 and deleting 1/3 and replacing it with 1/4. That section 4(1) of Schedule 4 is deleted and replaced with the following: attendance at board, committee, or commission meetings by council members who are appointed member and who are alternate member and attend such meetings. And that workshop events be deleted from section 5 of Schedule 4 and moved to section 4 of Schedule 4. And that's
Okay.
it.
All right. I'm gonna. Really? Yeah, look, I'm gonna split out the last two. You can split all of them? Okay, we're doing them all individually. Start with number 1. And before I accept it, I'll take questions. Is there any questions on number 1?
I have a question on number 1 in relation to the actual definition. Don't we use comparable mid-sized cities in a number of different bylaws and policies in relation to whether it's staffing, whether it's the budgets, whether it's there's a whole myriad. So if we do, then why would we be just tailoring this one rather than? do
I
it all?
don't know if they've been aligned, the definition across all policies even, right? I don't know.
But that's why my point being, I mean, we use this as a benchmark for other comparables where we're looking at any number of different things within the way we operate in a city. So my point being is, or my question would be, why would we do this versus others? Not all of them at once. I mean,
It's.
that question was first of all, to confirm whether or not we do use
Okay.
it.
I think so.
We do have comparable comparators, but they're not uniformly harmonized across everything we do.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Any other questions on this one? Is there any opening comments on this one?
Well, just the comment that it is mentioned in the remuneration and in other sections of policy that's not limited to, if you're just listing specific cities that dictates the boundaries where you might need to look at other regions as well. So it's just keeping the door open for the best data.
Okay, perfect. Any other comments? Okay, call for the vote. And then voting is closed and that motion passes unanimously. All right, second one. It's about how much of the year is actually there. Okay, so go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I guess it goes to legislative services. Is that part of our election bylaw around kind of the structure of it that it's just sort of a recognition that we're not serving potentially the entire year as a sitting councillor because of our term ends in September. Isn't there other issues in relation to that bylaw?
Sorry, so I'm not sure which bylaw you're referring to,
Well,
but
I mean, I'm
the-
not 100% sure that's the correct bylaw, but I thought that there was something associated to the actual when we around, thought it was in our election bylaw, but
Oh, the election bylaw. Okay.
yeah.
So I'd have to take a look. I didn't take a look at it when we were drafting this amendment. I do know the intention of this section is because in a general election year, you shouldn't be able to spend the full budget. So it was limited to 2/3. If this motion passed, councillors would be allowed to spend 3/4 of it in the year of a general election instead of 2/3. That's what would happen. But I didn't canvass the other bylaw you're referencing when we were drafting this amendments.
Yeah, and I'm just making sure that under the MGA and under the election bylaw that we would be okay.
I'm not aware of anything right now that would be contrary to this. If something came up in our amendments to this after, we would bring it forward for council's information.
And I don't even know if it's the right term, but I think my intent is.
All right, that's it for questions. Councillor Jolly has none. All right, any opening comments on this one?
The reason thank you, Mayor. The reason I put this one forward is because Alberta municipalities and such is in September and the 2/3 was limiting us till the end of August, which we're just coming back from the summer, so to speak. And that last month is when there's a lot of committee expense. So I wanted the September covered as well. So.
Yeah, during an election year, Alberta municipalities is in November.
Oh, okay. Regardless, it's, we're ending it at 2 months early with the 2/3. So.
Anyone else on this one? Councillor Jolly? No, you're okay. All right, call for, or anything to close? I guess not, because nobody really said anything. Otherwise, call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes with Councillor Jolly and Councillor Mackay opposed. And now the third one. Is this the one about alternates? All right, anyone have any questions of either Councillor Bermansky or administration on the alternates motion? Seeing no questions, I'll accept your motion and let you have opening comments.
Thank you. On this one, I just want to encourage the education. A lot of times people just kind of brush it off. If you don't have to go to a committee, but it's nice to go for the education part. And there's a lot of information that, is missed by not attending as an alternate. And in my opinion, being that I always do. So again, it's more for the education and encouragement. And the whole point in the per diem was to encourage people to educate themselves and get as much information as possible. So that's my reasoning for this one.
Councillor Jolly?
Yeah, I'm opposing this for a few different reasons. One, just as someone who used to sit on one of our advisory committees, it would be, I've never actually seen 2 members of council attend apart from, when they all descend in to say their thanks and then leaves. But it would make it really awkward for those committee members. And I say that as someone who was a committee member, as a volunteer, also kind of the whole purpose of divvying out committees is to share the workload, for me to, trust Councillor Mackay to be the representative of council on the policing committee is to trust me to be on the Homeland Housing Committee and so forth. And I think that's really valuable because if we try to sit at every single table, we would have a hard time getting anything done because the work just isn't spread out in a way that's efficient. So that's a big part of the reason why I'm opposing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Broadhead?
Yeah, thank you. Don't really need to add anything more to what Councillor Jolly said. To me, the idea is the alternate attends when the primary cannot. So anyway, that's my thought.
All right, I think to close, Counselor Romanski?
Yes, I understand that there is the option for the alternate to attend or not. And I mean, council's fully able to continue not attending if they don't want to. But I think, again, to encourage people to get that extra information, I don't think it's always relayed. You know, there's in-depth stuff in, you know, like community services, environmental, a lot of things that I feel are often missed by, you know, a short update and such. So I just think it would be a better education for anyone to attend as often as you can. Doesn't have to be every time, but encouragement helps. Thanks.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion fails with Councillor Bermansky and Councillor Hughes in favor. And there was one last one. Can't remember what it was. Workshops, yeah. Okay. All right, any questions of administration or Councillor Bermansky before I go into debate? Pardon?
I just need clarification. So section 5, so it's out of workshop events be deleted from section 5.
So that section 5 is what's not allowed to be qualified for per diems, and she's moving it over to the 2 allowed column.
Thank you.
Yeah. All good. All right, I see no more questions. Go ahead, Councillor Bermansky.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. On this one, it was to clarify for Councillor Mackay, workshops were included with training. So I separated the 2 because the training made sense that it shouldn't be in the per diems. But workshops are almost quite often something that's just called on short notice or for a specific, you know, project that you, again, it's a short notice and the time commitment for it and not always a necessary part. It can be a learning event. It can be many different things, but again, it's not standard council practice.
All right, anyone else on debate? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, there's your names, right?
Sound good. I'll be supporting this because I realize it can go either way. Honestly, we can argue anything either way, but the workshops, like, as you said, are coming in short notice. They are a substantial commitment and there is a strong expectation for you to show up. Even more than a council committee, you have an alternate for the workshops. There is no alternate ability to get that information. So there is an expectation that you have to show up and there are often surprises. So as far as just, I'm looking at, for example, Councillor Jolly, she's working full time. And if she had to take that half day off, there should be some level of compensation for that because these things do take quite a bit of time. And that's what we're looking at, is acknowledging the fact that somebody else is actually being dramatically displaced to handle these type of events. And if, in my mind, they're equally as important as joining a council committee, if not more so, because a lot of decisions that are happening at the council desk later are affected by what happens in those workshops. So I'll be supporting this because if anything should be encouraged, it would be this one element.
Councillor Killick?
Yeah, I think that when I reference my own scenario, that the workshops that we were asked to attend were workshops like understanding offsite levy or a workshop on borrowing bylaws or a workshop on how we prioritize snow clearing. And all of those workshops struck me as being like, I couldn't do my job as a counselor. I wouldn't know how to vote on these issues. That's why we had workshops to inform us as how we would do our job. And so they always struck me as being part of the basic requirement to be able to attend a council meeting and vote with knowledge and understanding. So I'm really struggling to say why we would not see a workshop of that nature as core requirement for our job as part of our basic compensation.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. Anyone else? As I said, I could go either way on this one too, but I agree with you, Councillor Killick, that you are getting a base salary. And it covers off, to me, in my opinion, is base work and the workshops are covered in that. So I'll most likely be opposing this one. Councillor Bermansky to close.
Thank you, Mayor. In reaction to Councillor Killick's comments, I think a lot of those were training sessions, not workshops. So again, a workshop can be virtually anything, any conversation, whatever. So again, maybe there'll be less workshops in the future and it won't be a matter anyhow, but I think it's again an expectation that's always short notice and an expectation to be there. So thank you.
Thanks. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion fails with Councillor Bermansky and Hughes in favor. And now we had the main motion, which I think was Councillor Killick. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure I asked you to do it. So, hey, come on, the food is here.
Yeah.
So any comments on the main motion? Or are we good?
No, we're good as amended with the two items that passed. And
Yeah, it's as amended. Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Anyone else on debate? Seeing none, call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that the motion passes by majority with Councillor Bermansky opposed. Okay. It is perfect timing. Christina, we're coming to eat. So while she's just unpacking it, I'll read what was approved on consent 8.3 and 8.4. Hopefully I will. So on consent, we also approved that the city of St. Albert City Council nominate the city of St. Albert's Grey Nun White Spruce Park development for the 2023 Alberta Municipalities Municipal Environment Board. And thank you, Carrie, for getting that done so fast. And also on consent was that the budget for project 423812 loader with blower be increased by $64,657 for a total budget of $564,657 to be funded from capital reserve, both on consent. And now I will call a dinner break. And we'll be back in our chairs at 5:30. How's that sound? Okay. Start her up. Okay, thanks. We are back. Next thing on our agenda is 9.1. Funding allocations to maximum the FCM grant. All right. Or it's a boring bylaw. Okay. Atul and Brenda are presenting this. You're both here? No, Brenda's not here. Okay, go ahead.
Brenda should be online. I'll share my screen first.
You have a PowerPoint to share? There we go. Okay.
All right, so good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Atul Seni. I'm the financial controller, and I'm here to inform Council of a federal grant loan opportunity related to the Fountain Park Pool renovations project. This presentation will provide information on the opportunity and options that the city can undertake to maximize the grant without impacting net levels or tax impacts. The recommendation represents a proposed funding strategy and does not impact the delivery or scope of the projects included in this presentation and result in no additional dollars or budget increases, including no impact to plan, debt level, or tax impacts.
Can I get you to speak a little bit more into the mic?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we could sort of hear you, but it was just kind of quiet. Thanks.
Yeah, in early 2022, the city applied for grant funding for Fountain Park Pool under the Federation. Sorry, under the funding for Fountain Park Pool under the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund. The application was made under the Community Building Retrofit Initiative, which helps to optimize the energy performance and reduce greenhouse gas emissions of community building owned by municipalities. This initiative is funded by Government of Canada and administered through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities 1.6 billion Green Municipal Fund. The opportunity has a unique funding arrangement that provides a 1.25 million grant if the city also takes a 3.75 million loan, which requires a borrowing bylaw. Now, to maximize this funding opportunity, a number of options were considered to ensure that the city is able to maximize the grant opportunity, minimize impact to debt level and servicing cost, and have no impact on the tax rate. Three options were then considered. Option one, the city could enter into a borrowing agreement and use the grant to fund the debt to net of interest, fund the debt to net of interest costs, and the financial gain to the city is estimated to be 391,000. But that increased the debt or outstanding debt, which would impact the city's debt limit. Option two, the city could enter into a borrowing agreement and invest the 3.75 million life cycle funds in a long-term financial instrument to offset the debt servicing cost. This would result in a net financial gain of about $1.17 million. But as the funds are invested over the term of debt, they could not be used for future RMR projects until while invested, and the city's debt level would be impacted. The option three, which is our recommended option, is for the city to enter into a borrowing agreement and reallocate 3.75 million in life cycle fund approved for the Fountain Park Pool renovation to a capital project currently funded through debt, as this would reduce the debt requirement on the debt funded capital project. There would be no change to the overall debt level and operating budget. The 1.25 million grant would also be applied against the Fountain Park renovation, which would uncommit $1.25 million in life cycle funds for future RMR projects. Option three was chosen as the recommended option. Is this result in no impact to the existing debt level and debt servicing budget and provide the largest financial gain. Our next slide will provide a visual of how we are maximizing the grant revenue without impacting debt levels or tax rates. So our recommended option approach is, sorry. Recommended approach is a reallocation funding model. So I will walk you through because this may not be self-explanatory. The first section of very top is existing funding source. And we have two projects listed here, Fountain Park and Police Building. The police building is chosen here as because this was the timeline on the debt taken for police building and the debt with FCM are similar to police building. And we have not drawn any debt on police building yet. So that's why it was chosen here to compare. And Fountain Park is we are only talking about here. Fountain Park is $17 million project, but we're only gonna stick to 3.75 million FCM grant and 3.75 million loan and 1.25 million grant, because that's what we're trying to maximize. So if we don't have this grant funding, the current funding source for Fountain Park is life cycle reserve, which is shown here as 3.75 million. Although we know Fountain Park is not 3.75 million project, it is 17 million, but we are just considering here the FCM grant and loan. And the police building is approved 3.7 million debt funded. And now if we move to middle section of this slide below the yellow text here, which is our recommended model. The life cycle reserve, we are considering that we are going forward with this grant opportunity. And we are asking to take a debt for Fountain Park, which is $3.75 million. And by doing that, we have access to 1.25 million grant money. And with that, it frees up life cycle reserve money, which is showing on the top, which is 3.75 million. And on the other side, police building needs $3.75 million debt or more. It is a $5 million project, but we are just showing 3.75 million here. And with the life cycle reserve being free for Fountain Park, and we can reallocate that money to police building and reduce the need for debt to be taken for police building. And that's what the right arrow shows on the left side. And then on the right side, we show the arrow that debt to take a debt for Fountain Park, not for police building. But that doesn't mean that we're mixing up debt of police building with Fountain Park. We're going to do a borrowing bylaw for Fountain Park separately, and whatever balance debt is required for police building to complete the project, it'll still be in effect. And then by doing that, we have access to $1.25 million money, grant money, which will eventually be flown through life cycle reserve at the end of the project, because that money will get uncommitted when grant gets applied. And that way we are maximizing $1.25 million net funding impact to the city. And we also looked at operating impacts of this. If we were to borrow a debt for police building, we were 3.75 million, we were going to incur $860,000 on 3.75 million for police building. But because with this reallocation, we are not taking debt for police building, but for Fountain Park. So the net impact to overall city will be zero. And that's why we are maximizing the grant money and not impacting the operating budget. And with this reallocation, we are achieving our goal, which is maximizing grant revenue and having no impact on city's debt limit, and with no additional debt servicing cost and potentially no impact on tax rates. So our final recommendation to council is to approve a borrowing bylaw to enable the city to accept the FCM loan and grant agreement. And the council to approve reallocation of 3.75 million life cycle reserve funding from Fountain Park Pool to Fountain Park Pool renovation project 422807 and 423807 to police building accommodation project 422334. And I'm happy to take any questions that you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like a win-win to me. But I will open it for questions. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Okay, so just for people at home that may be a little confused at this moment. So basically, we're going to just reallocate some debt from one area to another area so we can get a hold of a loan for or free grant for 1.2.5 million. The amount of interest is going to be the same. Everything else is net. This is just an opportunity to take advantage of a program that didn't exist when we began this project, right? Okay. And so with option 2 versus option 3, it says lock loan equivalent of short-term or long-term and pay off 5-year with 2-year penalty. And the other one is like okay. So I'm just trying to figure out, can you just really briefly, like pretend I'm 4 and I have attention span of a gnat. How do we differentiate between option 2 and 3 and why we're picking, I see that the net is positive, but because it says interest to pay is 760 versus 858, and then we have interest and debt equivalent investment. So can you just tell me why you like 2 over 3?
So in option 2, what we are showing here is to invest $3.75 million and for 5 years to cover off the net interest that we're going to pay on debt. However, this money will be locked for 5 years and we cannot access that money to use for other projects for 5 years. So, and that's why, and it, in addition to that, it'll also increase our debt limits. It's not reducing that, which we are achieving in option 3 by reallocating that funding. So those were 2 considerations that the option 2 didn't meet.
Option 2 is 5 years, option 3 is 10 years. So we're locking up the money for longer in option 3. And the interest, it doesn't seem to be this, it only
Right.
seems to be slightly more.
By taking FCM debt 3.75 million, so we are freeing up 3.7 life cycle money, and that we were talking to lock in 5-year long-term investment to net off the interest between 2, earning interest on 3.75 million investment and paying off on other side. So that's what we were talking. But on the other side, 3.7 million, yes, it's a 10-year, but because we are reallocating the money from one project to another, the net operating impact of that interest to the city will be 0. And that way we are maximizing, and we are not locking that 3.75 million in other, like not locking to anything, and it's available for future projects right away.
But correct me if I'm wrong. I think one of the key differences is in option 2, we're borrowing twice. Right? So we're borrowing the 3.75 million from FCM, and we're going to have to borrow that 3.75 million for the police building in this case, which is what we did. Option 3, we eliminate the need to borrow in the second case by using the reallocated funds, and that's a significant difference overall.
Okay, I got it now. So one's a double borrowing and one's a single borrowing because we're moving the money around. Got it. The other question I had is, I know with the borrowing bylaw, we have it in stipulation that it's a 60-day minimum for the petition. But we also have the opportunity to override that if we wanted to, especially on things that we think are non-contentious. And if I ever saw something that would be non-contentious, it would probably be this one where it's no difference to anybody except for we have an extra 1.2 million. So I think the minimum is like 60 days or something like that, or 30 days later, something like that. So I'm wondering if we could add a motion. I'm looking, because Marta, I know you're like, hey, I haven't done anything today. If we were to add a motion that says to bring back the second and third readings for the August 15th, for example, just so that we can wrap this up sooner than later.
Yeah, so I think Councillor Hughes, if I understand correctly, you would like to pass a motion or put a motion on the floor to not require us to comply with the council policy.
Correct.
That one about borrowing bylaws for the purpose of this borrowing bylaw.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we would just comply with the MGA petitioning requirements and
The minimum.
Got it.
Yeah. Which the next council meeting isn't until the middle of August. So I guess that would be the one that we would easily be able to fit under. But the intention of that longer period was to allow public to have a feedback if we thought that they might want to have that feedback. So it was fair to them, but I don't see anybody contesting both the size of this or the impact that we're trying to achieve. So I don't think that there's a reason to delay it longer. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. So we can do that after we do the first. Sorry. We can probably do that today. I was gonna say, yeah. Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Yeah, really quick. Congratulations. This is a win-win. I appreciate that. But I'm just curious, sometimes when you get federal funding or FCM funding, there's a reporting back period or reporting back thing. And this is fine with that. We can apply, even though we applied for it under the Fountain Park pool renovations, we can apply it to another capital project.
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, we actually are applying it to the Fountain Park project, so it will go against it. And that's why we're doing the borrowing bylaw for the Fountain Park, but then we're using the money that was approved for Fountain Park and we're transferring it to the police building. So we are definitely keeping two different projects and reporting on the two separately.
Okay, I think I was that 4-year-old that Councillor Hughes was referring to there. I think I got it. I appreciate that. Is the just follow up, is interest rate the same for an FCM as a treasury branch?
It's not, they don't give you final rate, but we compare them. They are quite similar to what we get from Alberta Fed. Yeah, Alberta Authority. Yeah, it's quite similar.
Okay, thanks.
All right. I see Councillor Broadhead eager to make a motion. Go ahead.
I moved that $3.75 million of the life cycle funding be reallocated from VW -031 municipal facilities repair and renewals 42807 and 423807 to fund Poly 006 police building accommodation 422334. Secondly, a bylaw 15/2023 being a borrowing bylaw for Fountain Park pool renovations be read a first time.
Awesome.
Third one.
I accept that. Go ahead.
Well, Madam Mayor, it's been said that this is truly a win. I can't imagine anybody in St. Albert not saying good job. We've got $101.25 million here to offset some of the costs that we have, and so there was some hoops to jump through in order to qualify, and finances brought a reasonable plan in order for us to do so. So congratulations and thank you so much.
Anyone else on debate? Seeing none, call for the vote. Voting's closed. It's way faster with Councillor Jolly in the room. And do we have a quick motion to waive?
Yes, so we have it worded not to bring it back on August 15th because we were just trying to calculate the petition timelines in the MGA on the fly. And instead of doing that and getting it wrong, we have a motion that just says to waive the requirements of this policy for this bylaw. And then we will bring it back in agenda planning as soon as we can. We just have to do the calculations and we don't want to mess them up.
Okay. So is it on the screen that we can read in? Okay. Yeah, that's yours.
Okay.
Idea. Yep.
I'll do it. That administration not be required to comply with policy C-CAO-22 for the purposes of bylaw 15/2023.
All right. Anything further on this?
I really don't think that there's a reason we need to delay this any longer than necessary, because I feel like that we have the public support on this. It's not going to affect them whatsoever as far as our taxes go, and it just actually gives us more money. It frees up. So this is the intention of having that policy was not for this type of a bylaw for under these conditions. That's it. Thank you.
Perfect. Yep. I see no more comments, so I will call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. Awesome. I think 9.2 is on consent. Is that not? Yes. So 9.2 is first reading of borrowing bylaw something. 14 2023 which is North St. Albert Trail Phase 3. And then 9.3 was also on consent. The motion was that bylaw 16, 2023 being a bylaw to amend the Seniors Advisory Committee bylaw and the Youth Advisory Committee bylaw be read a first time. Second time, unanimous consent was given through consent agenda, and then the third reading was done. So those are done. And now we will go to council motions. So the first one is you, Councillor Jolly, 11.1. I'll get you to read it in.
Thank you. So I'm going to read the recommendation provided by administration. I'm just taking out individual. Yeah, I'll read it in just as it is. That administration develop a business case to provide members of council with office space and a budget for comparable administrative assistance support to what exists in similar Alberta mid-sized municipalities for 6 full-time councillors for the council term commencing October 2025. That this business case be prepared and presented to the Standing Committee of the Whole by October 2024.
So did you change something? I was pulling it up.
I just took out individual.
Okay, with office space. Okay. All right, any questions of Councillor Jolly?
This is not it. I used the one recommended by administration.
But we're fixing it right now. Thanks.
Okay, but as while we're waiting, let's get questions out of the way. I see none. So I will I will accept your motion and let you have opening comments.
Thank you. Really briefly. This is just to consider what it's going to look like for the next council as the first full-time council in St. Albert. And this will give us an opportunity to have all the information to make decisions about what that looks like.
All right, any comments for Councillor Jolly's motion? Councillor Broadhead.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Once the decision was made to move to a full-time council, then we need to consider what it takes to support a full-time council and councillors in the pursuit of their duties. And as you take a look at other municipalities where they support a full-time council, there is, administrative support. I think the community is going to see significant more productivity out of their councillors. And in order for them to actually bring great value, administrative support, assistance in, research, lit reviews, all of those things, those bring value to the business. And if you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. And I don't want to really hit that part of it because I don't think it needs to be onerous financially, but I think it will really help us as councillors, full-time councillors, whether I'm here or not, I don't know. But the idea is that we want to get the very best out of what the city is now committed to fund.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. The challenge I have is that when the committee came forward to us, they didn't say that we think that in 2 years you're going to be full-time councillors. They said that as of today, you're working the equivalent of full-time hours and we want to acknowledge that. So my challenge is that I don't require all these extra things that are being suggested to be able to do my job today with the full-time hours that are being expected of me today. So I know that it says we're full-time. That's just an acknowledgement of the hours that we're currently doing now. That wasn't about, there was nothing changing with the next election. That was going to be like, now you're dramatically working more hours. We're working the same number of hours we're working now. So my challenge is just that if we're suddenly making this into something more than what it needs to be, rather than an acknowledgement, now there's suddenly, which was my major concern about saying full-time, is instead of saying we're acknowledging what you're working, we're now saying we're expecting you to work that much more differently than what you currently are. And as a result, we're going to pile up all these other things that are stipulations, expectations, instead of just saying that where you are now is actually mean that qualification. So unless I personally don't feel I need to have all these extra office space, et cetera, nor do I need to expect to be in the office filling up that space, et cetera, where I'm filling up those hours outside of the office today. So I really don't want the next people to think they have to work 115 hours a week so that they can justify the 40-hour week work week, which is what I feel like we're going down this train to being. So the committee said we were full-time hours now based on working 32 hours a week or more. That is why they said full-time. They made all the changes for the salary because they said it was, we're going to politically protect you. But they didn't say that we think that we're doing something differently there. So, and if this council thinks the next council should be doing something differently, we should really be clear on that. And perhaps we need to revisit whether or not that's what we expect people to be doing in the next council. Because at this point, we never said that we're going to dramatically change it, but suddenly because the word full-time has come up, it's been now inferred that the entire work schedule and responsibilities and time commitment is now being altered. And that's where I'm having a challenge with this. I don't personally need any of these extra furniture, et cetera. I don't need an extra staff person. I feel the one that we have is working very well for us. But suddenly we've gone down a rabbit hole here because of one word. And instead of acknowledging what we're doing, we're now changing the game. So I won't be supporting this.
Anyone else on debate? I was initially not going to support this, just because I felt like we should be easing this into gradually, and the price tag on this might be significant. But at the same time, I actually have a different perspective than Councillor Hughes, that I do expect that next council to work harder than they are now. There are certain members of this council that do put in a lot, and then there's certain that are part-time because that's what they ran on. There's an associated pay increase with the next council. So I think there should be an expected workload increase. And it does come. I can't remember what Councillor Broadhead said, something about in for a pound or something like. I'm with you there, Wes. So I think I'll support this. And of course, this is just supporting the business case to be developed. I might not support it at budget time, but I'd like to see the business case and what it might look like. So anything to close, Councillor Jolly?
Yeah, just really briefly, I'd like to echo that my expectation for the next council is different from this one. I think of, the time that administration, for example, puts in evening meetings that maybe could be daytime meetings. I think of, in terms of administrative support, Councillor Broadhead brought up a good point about having, someone to do research so that we can be focused on different things. That adds a lot of value to the municipality, and I want to explore what that looks like. And like Mayor Heron, I don't know what I'm going to think about the proposal a year and a half from now, but it's important to consider. That's all.
Call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that motion passes with Councillor Bermansky, Hughes, and Killick opposed. 11.2 is your motion, Councillor Killick. Another council remuneration conversation. I'll get you to read it in.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That the recommendation H from the Council Remuneration Review Committee report submitted on March 27th, 2023 concerning the following be implemented immediately following the general municipal election in 2025. Recommendation H was mayor and councillors should not receive monthly subsidy for cell phone and technology.
Question, Councillor Jolly?
Yeah, so for to administration, the cost of a city device, that would be more expensive than the $50 that we're getting to offset ours. Is that right?
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Councillor, and through Mayor Heron. So right now, the cost would be greater. However, we are in the process of signing a new agreement with the Alberta government for cell phones, and that's going to reduce the cost significantly.
Okay, under the 50.
Yes.
Okay, that's awesome.
Sorry, under the capital cost of the phone plus the monthly operating. I still think your personal device is cheaper, but
yeah. So I guess, so if you look at it over long term, I guess the question would be is that we use right now we're on technology iPhone 11s that we're providing staff. I believe next year we're probably going to iPhone 12s because they are considerably more cost effective. But if you are providing the device, there is that upfront cost.
Yeah.
However, the month to month is considerably lower than what it is right now.
Okay, so sorry, so my apologies. So it would be still more with the device cost for the kind of 2.5 years that we'd have it for.
Probably correct.
Okay, thank you. You know what, that's all I'm gonna ask. Thank you.
And iPhones are the only choice? Can't get an Android device?
Right now, we are supporting iPhone, but there are probably a few Androids kicking around the organization.
I love my phone. Exactly. All right, I see no more questions, so Councillor Killick, I accept your motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So this does go back to our discussions that we looked at on June 6th. We didn't vote specifically on this during that debate. So to leave it as not voted on would have just left it in place. And bringing it forward because it was a recommendation of a committee that council had asked to bring forward and take a look at, rather than leaving it just as is without a vote. I thought it was important that we recognize the work done by the committee and the recommendation that they had made, and that we had a vote on record for it, recognizing this wouldn't come into place until 2025. And when I look back on the original documentation in our committee of the whole, it mentioned that there was only 2 other municipalities that currently provide any compensation or for cell phone or technology, and those were Leduc and Spruce Grove that are similar to what St. Albert currently pays, but that's because their salary for their council members are significantly lower than what we'll be moving to when we move to the new compensation level at 2025. So we'll be significantly higher paid than Leduc and Spruce Grove, or I shouldn't say we, I should say the new council will be significantly higher paid than Leduc or Spruce Grove. And they were only 2 out of the full comparatives that were looked at. So with that in mind, it was seen that we all have cell phones. I personally have not increased my cell phone or gotten a different one or spent any more or any less money. I'll continue to have a cell phone, or whether this was paid or not. Same as working from home at using my own home internet. I haven't increased or decreased or required to get anything new. So that the money that we're getting paid right now for me personally is purely a bonus. It hasn't changed my costs one way or the other. And if it was a cost issue to anybody, they could get a cell phone provided by the city as part in lieu of getting paid money. And likewise, if they really needed additional internet, if they didn't have connection at home or wherever else they were working, they could come in and use any one of even sit in council chambers or the council chambers boardroom or the meeting room beside the mayor's office. So there's lots of, or some of the spare offices that are available on the 3rd floor. So there's lots of opportunity to get access to internet if it was required. So this was an opportunity to bring this forward and have a conscience or a caution, having committed vote on it. I'll try a different word there, so that we know one way or the other. And again, I looked at the good work that the committee did in doing their benchmark study and analysis. And as I said, it pointed to only 2 others in the region that were receiving this. So for that, I was bringing this forward that we should no longer get paid this in 2025.
All right, thank you for your opening comments. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I'm going to support this in the sense that this is taking place for the next council, and it's kind of follows through on some of the other recommendations, even though they weren't entirely taken in its entirety from the committee's recommendations. The fact is that the council next term will be full-time, and I guess it even falls a little bit into some of the conversation we just had in the previous agenda item that potentially if you are working full-time, you will have access to potentially all of the necessary phone services, internet, and or other means of being able to be communicate with residents and other city administrations. So, I mean, I've just fall back to when I did work full-time. My cell phone was provided by my employer, and my internet I only access for work from home, or not from home, but at work for work purposes. And few times that I needed it when I was at home really was inconsequential. So I'll support this. I don't see any big challenges.
Thank you, Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you, and thank you for your motion, Councillor Killick. I will not be supporting this. We just went through a motion where we're talking 300,000 for administration and office space and desks, and we're comparing it to $125 a month. $125 a month for a counselor for their Zoom time, their weekend of reading on internet, all the phone calls and all the phone work that you do. So to me, this is it's so premature. Like we don't even have a consideration of how the setup will be for the next council. So it's my opinion that this can be addressed at that time. I don't see any purpose in putting it forward right now.
All right, anything to close?
Yeah, I think the other key thing is that the previous motion was to provide full-time office space, and full-time office space means you'll be utilizing it and have internet access there for doing most of the work of council. You won't be needing your internet at home, and likewise there'll be phone service available at that office, and therefore double paying for a cell phone just didn't make sense to me. It seemed like we were duplicating things with the previous motion as well. So again, I'm also looking at the work and comparators to other municipalities. So that was the other key driver for this.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that motion passes with Councillor Bermansky and Hughes opposed. Another council motion is you're up, Councillor Broadhead. I'll get you to read it in.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a couple of questions first based on the background?
Yeah, I just get you to read it. I won't.
Oh, okay.
I won't
Fair enough.
accept it, but yes, it'll be type of questions, just so everybody at home knows what we're talking about.
All right, so I'll read my proposed motion and then we.
You might
vote
change
the
it.
Alternate later. Okay. In light of the recent demise of the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Services Commission, that administration prepare for council's consideration a business case for the completion of a St. Albert Transit 10-year strategic plan, which reviews current service standards and their relevance to future community needs, details anticipated service additions to serve a growing community, capital equipment and equipment storage requirements, human resource requirements, and the anticipated costs to complete the strategic plan. And secondly, that the business plan for this strategic plan be presented in a timely fashion for council consideration for inclusion in the 2024 budget.
All right, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Fletcher. The alternate motion clearly is a different motion. It is around basically a reworded transportation master plan. It's now called the Mobility Choices Long-Term Strategic Plan. And I recognize the hierarchy of plans, and I know that transportation plan needs to be done. Got delayed. It was in the budget last year and it got delayed for this year. But they're not really the same thing. So, so my question to you is, you understand where we are with transit these days. And I'm not adverse to moving the alternate motion so that we can do the mobility choices plan first. But to me, it's clear that we still need to have some sort of way of defining when and how we're going to serve our community with public transit. We spend a lot of money on it. And right now we don't really have a guiding document that's not more than 10 years old guiding us. And I bring that up, and I don't want to get into debate here. So, but the purpose of the motion was to get at things like as simple as, hours of operation, frequency, demand services, maximum trip time, vehicle loading, staging. These are all things that are in the plan in 2013. And then St. Albert's fare strategy guiding principles. Again, they're really out of date in light of what's going on today. And then some of the things that were mentioned in the SWOT analysis, and I'll just read one because it's pertinent to what happened of late here in St. Albert, is that, let me just get it here so I get the exact, said one of the weaknesses of public transit in St. Albert is that transit is introduced into new neighborhoods too late in the development process. Too many new residents in an area will develop automobile-dependent travel habits that are very difficult to change. And we're in that right now with Riverside, Jensen Lakes, and all the rest. And I know you have a plan coming forward. So my question to you is that if I make an alternate motion to do the mobility choices, are you going to bring forward some way of reviewing these standards so that we can do business in a logical fashion here?
Thank you, Councillor. Perhaps if I will defer to Jay Mason to speak initially, and then I'll follow up. Thank you.
Thanks. Through the chair to Councillor Broadhead. Yeah, a couple things. So the discussions that happened in the background. So we have the 2013 to 27 10-year or 14-year plan that was sort of delayed due to the change to the RTSC with some of the stuff that was happening on future asset use and storage of equipment and stuff like that. So we're kind of starting with some of those items a little bit behind, and we're playing catch up on a few of those. Now, when it came to the 10-year strategic plan, right now as a department, we're working on a 5-year mid-range plan that includes all of public operations. So that's your transit, your fleet, your public works, utilities. So there's some synergies within that as far as future staffing, et cetera. And now when Strat Services brought forward the idea of incorporating us in with the mobility plan, which does incorporate a lot of transit's long-term needs when it comes to us meshing with transportation, BRT, locations of stops, locations of hubs, and ensuring they're supported appropriately. The intent then was there's a very good chance that we could incorporate a lot of our stuff through joining with transportation on some of the long-term plan. So I guess that was why the recommendation came out, was that it wasn't ignoring what you were trying to achieve, but doing it in conjunction with engineering on, and so we were incorporating some of those deliverables. But I do hear what you're saying with some of the stuff that's in with our 2013 to 27. The intent was to sit with transportation, see what would be included, and then we would have to look at that business case to ensure that all that stuff would be included as part of that joint plan.
So if I could, I think just to follow up on that, we would recommend, I mean, the transportation or the mobility choices plan is an important aspect of our overall growth, right? As you said, you understand the hierarchy. We're going to do that. And certainly recommendation would be those elements of transit that nest nicely under that 10-year outlook, rather than duplicate effort, would nest there. To your point, in terms of perhaps a first principles review of how we deliver the transit, to include that, frankly, 1 year to 3 year to 5 year outlook. Those things also have to happen. This council will see certainly a business case for a 2025 expansion of service and probably a bridge through 2024 as we look at those new neighborhoods you spoke about. That's sort of akin to the little Dutch boy putting, you know, the fingers in the dike to keep the water running out to allow the service to be delivered as we look more fulsomely. So I think we would have to do both. Much of the long-term strategic stuff would be covered under this plan itself. Some of those first principle review items, I think, are things that we would have to look at. And I commit to you that we would look at because we need to optimize the transit service delivery.
Okay, fair enough. Then, Madam Mayor, I'd like to read in the alternate motion then.
Yeah.
So in light of the recent demise of the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Services Commission, that administration proceed with the current plan to develop a mobility choices long-range strategy that includes a long-term plan for transit services, service standards, and their relevance for future community needs, anticipate additions to serve a growing community, identification of capital equipment storage requirements, and human resource requirements. That the capital charter for the development of the mobility choices long-term strategy that addresses the strategic planning needs of transit services to be brought forward for consideration as part of the 2024-2025 proposed budget.
All right, and I don't see any more questions, so I'm going to accept it now.
All right.
And I'll let you go.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the hopes of the Transit Commission is that collectively there would be a regional planning initiative that would take care of service standards and a harmonization, if you will, of capital requirements region-wide to the benefit of all. That ship has sailed and we're not going that direction at the present time. So it requires now to St. Albert to pick the ball back up and make sure that the public transit service that we deliver to our residents is as effective and as efficient and meets the needs of our residents to the very best of our ability. And there was a statement in our municipal development plan, I think by one of our local curlers, that said you can't succeed or achieve highly if you don't know where you're going. And that's what strategy is all about, is to define a direction and then the tactics to achieve those plans. I guess in closing, Mr. Fletcher, I would request that these words not be used in the next transportation master plan. And it says this: public transportation is also more than just traditional model of publicly funded mass transit. Well, that's a true statement, but it's to a public transit official, they'll be offensive, because public transit, it moves your children, it moves your brother and sister, it moves your wife, it moves your grandchildren. We are not moving blocks of cement or blocks of wood, or we're not moving around gas or gasoline. We're in fact moving our citizens. So it's not mass that we're moving. So I would ask that you not use that word. And secondly, it is publicly supported, but so are roads. So every car driver that drives on a road is in receipt of publicly supported transportation. And so to differentiate public transit as if it's free, when car driving is supposedly not even involved. It's just the way it's presented. And public transit is always downplayed as a result. So I don't know how it got past me the first time, because this transportation master plan that currently exists was around when I was around. How that got past me, Madam Mayor, I don't know. But in any case, please don't use those words. Thank you.
Anyone else on debate? See, now we're going to go straight to the vote. Voting is closed and that passes unanimously. Yes, you have to pick something up for sure. Councillor Hughes, take it or leave it.
So I think I'll just take it. The recommendation motion was to do Q2 of 2024. I'm looking at saying August, not giving an actual date, like by April 30th of 2024. Would that work? Okay, so I'll put for the alternate motion, which is just a date change. With instead of saying Q2, we'll say April 30th of 2024. That administration provide a report by April 30th, 2024, outlining the costs, potential locations, timeline, any other considerations to establish a take it or leave it facility using the Strathcona County Hodgepodge Lodge as a starter model for costs and operational logistics.
All right, any questions on Councillor Hughes's motion? See none, I will accept it. Go ahead with debate.
Okay, so I'm going to share screen. This is going to be so exciting. This is the one I want to do. Sure. Okay. So you guys can see it? Excellent. Okay. So I'm going to go through here from beginning. Okay, so last meeting, I realize this is probably not super contentious motions, I'm asking for a report, but I'd love for you guys to understand where I'm coming from, which is this. So last time I went to the waste minimization committee, we had a tour of the Hodgepodge Lodge, which I had no idea what that meant. And so I walked in there with absolutely no expectations, and to only find out that this is a facility that's basically a take it or leave it facility, and it's not done to compete with the Value Villages or anything else. It takes items that for the most part would not go to Value Village and yet would generally just go to a landfill, but still has a life to them. It's just one man's treasure is another man's trash. And they've acknowledged that, and they actually say that this is what they're doing. So this is the outside of it. When they built this, I said to them, how much would your budget? And they said $300,000. And they built this entire facility for $300,000. They did use extra money. That was from the recycling, I believe, and they transferred over. They had a surplus, but we also surplus it so it could work. So this is how it works, is you can drop anything off you want, and they have a weigh scale, and then you can take out anything you want. There's no money at all involved transferring here. So this is the stuff that they will not take. They won't take blinds, they won't take car seats, booster seats, ceiling fans, chemicals, doors. They're not taking any large items because their facility is only 1,500 square feet. They said they could easily do one that's 6,000 square feet because of the demand, but they have 1,500. But so they're taking things that are a bit smaller. So this is a picture of the weigh scale. So when you come in, you're going to drop it off, and they're going to check how much is coming in on weight, and they just weigh how much is going out as well. So what they have found, I think it's either this year or the past 3 months, but we can even take the longer number. This year alone, they have taken in 100,000 pounds of items that would have gone to the landfill, and 78,000 pounds, but when the day that I went actually had left and it's back finding some other purpose in someone's home. So that's how they're measuring what's going in, what's going out. So this is what it looks like. So it's not fancy by any stretch of the imagination. And it's just got all these things, which if you had them in your home and you didn't need them, they'd probably go into the garbage. And instead somebody else can find them. They take glassware, they take, which I have another glassware, they take all these craft supplies, and they take like the oddest things, like beer bottle caps and bread basket ties and things that people could actually use for crafts with their kids. That if you want to save it and bring it, go ahead. And so you can see they've got paint going on here. They've got it all sectioned by different types, and it goes on from there. If we go through another one here, this is all of their furniture that they could get. They either got on Kijiji, or they got donated from various businesses, or Alberta Health Services didn't need some stuff after the pandemic, and they took those tables. Everything they could was taken as if they did not have a lot of extra money and could want to reuse it. So these people really walked the talk on this. This is the same photos before. So I took this shot. I know you're amazed at my skill set, but the point we have, if you look at the top here, we have like the different types of, they have like sports equipment, and then they have different types of boxes, and then they have different crafts. So they do have it sorted when you're going through there. And this place is busy. I try to get pictures on people in them, and I should take pictures with people in them. On the outside of this, they've got this spillover area, which, as you can see, it's lined with all these pots in the back. They've got like small amounts of furniture, some kids stuff that's coming through. And that's the whole thing. So if I go stop share, look at this. Oh, yay for me. Okay. So, so just to give you an idea, so what this allows and what they did for this is, just try to get this to exit. When they built this, the people, the staff that were in there, I think this is a passion of theirs, was to make this dream a reality. And they started with a very small building, and then when they had the opportunity, they've increased it to this size. The most dangerous part of this tour was trying to get inside the building, because they had us park on the street and we had to go through the parking lot. And there's so many people coming and going and dropping off things, just trying to not get hit in the parking lot going through it was our biggest challenge. This is a very popular location. There's at least 12 people in there at all times, either dropping off or picking up things as we go. And it's become a community hub, as it turns out. So because they didn't have a budget for this, but the staff were very passionate about doing this, there's one staff person who organizes the volunteers. They have 45 volunteers that take on up to 3 hours at a time and just schedule in shifts. They have it automated where you can go into a program and you just take your shifts automated. You don't have to call them or anything, and you'd say which ones you want to do. They do have a lot of seniors that come in, but they've got people even from the various, even from like the Goodwills and stuff, they can also come through. Some of the questions that we had were like, okay, well, is everybody from Goodwill just coming here and pillaging? Quite frankly, they don't care. They just want to have these things get a home. But they also said that for the most part, no, the vast majority of the items are from people coming through and not necessarily from businesses trying to find it. They said if people want to come there and pick up a bunch of stuff and sell it on Kijiji themselves, that's not the concern. The concern is just getting it outside of the landfill and giving it a new home. So when I first saw all this stuff, I thought, I don't think a lot of people are going to want to buy this here, but pick it up. But they said 78% of the stuff was already been gone. So they had 22,000 pounds of things that are sitting there at the time of. So when I saw this, I thought this is like amazing, because we want to try to reduce the amount going to landfills. And there's so much stuff that you might have in our own homes that you're like, I don't need it, but I also don't want to throw it out, and I can't sell it because it's only worth like $1.50. So what do I do with it? And this is what it allows it to do. So they had an entire basket of universal remotes. Basically everything that's in there, if it's not nailed down, it's eligible to be taken out, and it has been. So she told me that they had a radio, and that was taken. They had it playing for like the staff and stuff, and then someone took it. So they waited for another one to come in. They're not buying anything. And so another one came in, they put a giant sign saying, please do not take, this is the property of the Hodgepodge Lodge. So that went away as well. And so now they're waiting for a third radio if anyone wants to donate it. And this time they are going to nail it down to the table to make sure that no one takes it. So in the way that it's not revenue generating, but it's certainly, as far as waste diversion goes, it has been very well received by the community. And like I said, they've already saved 100,000 pounds of things going to the landfill by people who are like, hey, I could use that. And so this is an opportunity to do that. I realize that the other take it or leave it's were obviously very well received in the city as well, but this is an entirely different thing as opposed to trying to pick up large items. It's just picking up all these they call it the hodgepodge because he said it's hodgepodge of things that you just don't really have a home to go to otherwise. And it's like, maybe somebody else could use it. So the intention of this motion is to get a report to see how we could do it. Now, one thing I understand is that they have theirs next to the recycling facility, which does allow them to bring over the boxes that are empty over to the recycling facility, for example. And our recycling facility is too tight on space. So we would have to try to figure out some kind of alternative. But that being said, like the fire hall #1 that's been demolished would also be a potential location. And there's other ones. I'm not going to try to guess where the staff might be able to find potential locations. Their entire operating budget is just the operating to run it for just the general power and heat. And then the staff person they had was already on. Now, I understand that I don't know where our staff are at with just the desire to do this same type of thing. I mean, it is obviously intensive. It is operating. So there is also the opportunity for the staff to come back and talk about contracting this out to have someone else manage it at a minimal cost. But the intention is to have it run, at least from my intention, I put this forward, is to have it run as much as possible through volunteers and minimize both the operating costs and the capital costs. Everything that was built in there was built as much as possible from recycled or just simply thrown away things. So for example, the paneling on the outside was a different business had it, and then it wasn't the right color and they were throwing it out, and they said, we will take it for all of our siding. The roof is kind of weird colors on top because it took all the extra stuff from construction sites and said, we will take your roof and make the top paneling. So they really walk the talk on this. And it's a matter of like how far we can actually go to mimic them. And then how much we can invest to actually provide that same level of service. But as far as just community acceptance of this, it was very strong, and it has been. And I don't know where this will go after the report's done, assuming this motion passes, but I think that the opportunity to use what they've learned and do it even better and be able to provide a similar service would really be appreciated by our community. And as far as leadership for trying to waste minimize, I don't know if there's another way to actually do that. Instead of just saying, we're going to force you to have less garbage. It's like, how about we actually give you options? It doesn't involve going to a landfill. So, and the biggest challenge you're going to have is when you go there, you're going to walk around and you're going to pick up something. So you get in there and you're trying to go for a net loss on how many pounds you brought back. But you can drop off things and at the same time, you just find things. They had one thing, for example, that you're thinking no one's going to want. And it was like a cupboard, like a front cupboard door. And on it had 20 different knobs that I guess someone was looking to see what they look like. And they just brought it in as is. They didn't even make it 5 minutes in the facility and it was taken out. Like things that you're thinking, I don't know where anybody found a home for this. And someone's like, I want 20 different knobs and something full of holes. And yet someone found a home for it. So anyway, that's the intention. I didn't even know this facility existed. But when I saw it, I thought this is something that we should be exploring at the bare minimum to see how we can replicate it and in what capacity. That's it. Thank you.
Call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that motion passes with Councillor Jolly opposed. And that takes us to information request, notice of motions and announcements. Feel like there's a fair amount of those today. So let's start with Councillor Killick.
Thank you. Maybe I should start with an announcement first.
Okay.
And that is just to provide recognition to all of the city employees that work so hard on Canada Day events. I must admit, I was a little bit skeptical about moving our Canada Day events up to Service Place, but after experiencing it, it was probably the best decision we ever made with the inclement weather. And obviously the residents love the location, and I can only see it getting better, first year there, but as we continue to advertise it, I think it'll get much better. But as like to, kudos to all of the people, even from the initial planning of saying that's where we were going to move it to all the staff that were walking around and the people doing the parking and the garbage collection and you name it. It was a really well organized event for the city, and it's I recognize it's not just the prime people that we always see. There's a million other people behind the scenes, and they deserve recognition. So thank you. First notice motion then would be that administration develop a capital charter for the permanent paving of the parking lot at Botanic Gardens Park for inclusion in the 10-year capital projects list and project prioritization matrix. Second notice of motion is similar, that administration develop a capital project charter for the permanent paving of the parking lot at Lacombe Lake Park for inclusion in the 10-year capital projects list and project prioritization matrix. The first IR I have is a question: does the city incorporate native species of plants that are culturally significant to First Nations and Métis into the planting activities in Grey Nuns, White Spruce, river lots, or repair and restoration areas? Second IR is: what is the maintenance plan for the very rough potholed access off Sturgeon Road into the Botanic Park Gardens parking lot? And what would be required to provide a more permanent paved access on the city portion of land? Next IR was: what can be done to improve the intersections so large vehicles, including sitting buses, are not forced to drive over the curbs, specifically turning right off of Giroux onto Lockhart Drive and turning right off of McKinney Ave onto Mission Ave? And I did have a final IR that under discussion with the mayor, I withdraw, and that was for RMR for St. Albert Place.
So you are withdrawing that one? Okay, we'll
Yep,
talk about it.
We'll discuss.
Okay.
offline. Yep.
Councillor McKay, did you have anything? No. Councillor Hughes? Councillor Manson, you had a notice of motion. Yep.
Thank you, through the mayor. That administration add regular spring leaf organics collection to the current fall only schedule.
All right, Councillor Broadhead, did you have, oh, yes, you did have a notice of motion?
I did, Madam Mayor. That administration prepare for council's consideration of borrowing bylaw to advance to completion the total development and construction of Millennium Park. Borrowing bylaw to support a total development construction cost to a maximum amount of $16.9 million 2023 dollars, with the final amount of the borrowing bylaw to conform to the current City of St. Albert standard business practice. The bylaw to be presented to council upon council's approval for the design of Millennium Park.
Perfect. Councillor Jolly, you submitted one today.
Did that a project charter for a new long-term policing strategy is prepared for consideration in the 2024 budget prioritization.
Awesome. Did I have any? What did I have?
Would you like me to read it out?
Sure.
That the city of St. Albert sponsor the 50th anniversary annual Pound Maker Powwow for $5,000, and the funding source is $1,500 from the council sponsor fund and $3,500 from the council contingency fund.
Thank you. That was a while ago. All right, and the only other thing is I'd like to just publicly say congratulations to Amanda Patrick, who is the organizer of the walk run for reconciliation that happened on Canada Day in the morning. Me and the boys, I call you guys, who were out there walking. It was fantastic with a great turnout, and I'm super proud that St. Albert can talk about reconciliation at this on Canada Day and not have conflict with that. So it was a great event. So congratulations to Amanda for organizing that. Need a motion to go in camera. Councillor McKay or Councillor Killick first?
Okay, whatever. It doesn't
Go
matter.
ahead.
The council moving camera and have confidential dialogue with even the creative officer. I'm
Point of
bigger.
order, Madam.
I'm bigger.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Accept your motion, Councillor McKay. All those in favor of going in camera? Closes, passes unanimously.
I hadn't talked for half an hour, so like.
Yeah, you're probably squirming. And Natalie's here, so we can probably shut down the Zoom meeting. Yeah.